CDM, the model that states that dark energy is a constant, in this case represented as the letter lambda, and it's also uniformly distributed through the universe and seems to be responsible for what Einstein once called the cosmological constant. And while for many years it has been relatively successful at explaining most of the universe, especially describing the evolution of the universe since the mysterious Big Bang, and of course explaining how and why things changed, how old the universe is, and how it's probably going to end later. But some of the recent observations seem to show just a few cracks in this previously undisputed cosmological model. And so let's discuss some of these new intriguing puzzles. And I think the biggest one comes from the biggest search for dark energy ever, DESI. The enormous dark energy study using what's known as dark energy spectroscopic instrument that for several years now has been collecting huge amounts of data on various galaxies and various distant objects in order to calculate the overall expansion of the universe and to calculate that cosmological constant even more accurately. And so since 2021, DESI has been meticulously mapping distances between millions of galaxies, with one main focus being what's known as BAO, baryon acoustic oscillations. We've recently discussed this concept in one of the videos in the description, but in a nutshell, BAO are sort of like these enormous bubbles in space, literally representing the earliest sound in the universe. These are sound bubbles, and it's technically sound fossils, or fossilized sound waves from extremely early universe that provide us with a cosmic ruler to measure expansion over time. And while in April of 2025, DESI did actually uncover something somewhat unusual. You can learn more about this in one of the previous videos in the description, but here by combining BAO measurements with data from the cosmic microwave background, and also a lot of observations of various Type 1a supernova, several research teams discovered weak hints that dark energy might be weakening over time, implying that the universe's acceleration is slowing down and implying that dark energy is evolving, which was a sharp departure from the previous assumption that this is a constant. But because this was such a groundbreaking claim, naturally this sparked a lot of debate in the scientific community and has already been quite a lot of counter-arguments. Here's one of these counter-arguments that you can find in the description. Here, George F. Statiu from University of Cambridge, who initially played a key role in the Planck mission that provided some of the best observations of the cosmic microwave background, argues that a lot of these claims are not very strong. He suggests that the evidence for the evolving dark energy only becomes apparent when the supernova data is included in the analysis. And so here he believes that this particular supernova dataset that was used by DESI may not be accurate enough, and potentially creates systematic errors, resulting in dark energy that does not seem to be constant. Now he also criticizes some of the statistical analysis and some of the assumptions with the dark energy model, but the main point is that he does provide at least some counter-evidence that maybe these results are just a little bit skewed. And he's definitely not alone. There are also some other researchers from Princeton University, like Matthias Zaldariaga, that emphasize that we need to have a more complicated model before we can make these strong conclusions. And so based on a lot of counter-arguments and additional arguments, right now researchers basically all agree that we need more data, and even better data, that hopefully DESI will get in the next 5 years. And so right now, even though there is definitely a strong argument that dark energy is not a constant, none of this is definitive yet. And on top of this, we even have some contradictory evidence from the X-ray observations using eROSITA. eROSITA is a European X-ray telescope that collected data for several years before being disabled. And while unlike DESI, which primarily measures distances, eROSITA focuses on galactic clusters. And here's what some of these images produced by eROSITA look like. And all of these are, of course, the largest gravitationally bound structures in the entire universe. But there's something really exciting that can be studied by using this, which is what was recently done in a study in the description. And so here, this dark energy's anti-gravity effect is supposed to push objects apart and suppress the formation of these massive clusters. And that means that by counting how many galaxy clusters formed over the cosmic time, we can technically infer some of the properties of this bizarre dark energy. And so using eROSITA data from the eFEDS survey, researchers discovered that dark energy represents approximately 76% of all energy density in the entire universe, with calculations identifying that energy density of this bizarre phenomenon appears to be relatively uniform in space and relatively constant in time. Or in other words, all of these galactic clusters and the overall clustering effect seems to be more or less the
Thank you to
same as
Displate
if
for
dark
supporting
energy remained a
PBS.
constant
The
for a
multiverse
period
pops
of
out
at
of
least several
quite a few.
billion years. And so in this sense, this finding seems to agree with some of the independent approaches, including previous studies using galactic clusters that very often used weak gravitational lensing, along with the cosmic microwave background, in order to discover the same thing we've discovered decades ago. The standard cosmological model where dark energy is a constant seems to kind of make sense. And that of course creates this unusual tension where we seem to have different results from different observations, and some of these results seem to really not match. But here it's kind of worth noting that eROSITA's initial sample only covered approximately 1% of the full night skies. And so here there's a very high chance for some kind of a bias. We would definitely need to have way more samples and covering a lot more parts of the night sky before we can make these very very strong conclusions. In comparison, DESI, or Dark Energy Spectroscopic Instrument, captures approximately 34% of the total night sky, or approximately 14,000 square degrees. And so the results from DESI are still just a little bit stronger. Which basically brings us to this new question. Is this unusual tension and basically all of these problems created by the observations of supernova? Or just to rephrase this, are supernovas still a solid standard candle? Can we use them to measure distances? And here we do have another separate study that provides us with certain answers. Both DESI and the new Union 3 analysis, which we'll talk about in a second, rely heavily on what's known as Type 1a supernova. This is the supernova involving white dwarfs. When white dwarfs reach a certain mass, approximately 1.4 solar masses, they essentially explode, producing a relatively similar brightness that doesn't usually change too much. And because of this, we can use this brightness to establish distances in space. But the main assumption here is that all of these white dwarfs can usually reach very similar peak luminosity, allowing us to then determine distances. This is actually how initially, back in 1998, researchers discovered that the universe was accelerating, or how they even found this dark energy to begin with. But we have a new discovery coming out of another facility known as ZTF, Zwicky Transient Facility, an instrument used by Caltech in order to discover supernova pretty much in real time. It's usually able to capture and report the supernova within just a few minutes. And in this case, this was the analysis of nearly 4,000 nearby supernova, with this being one of the largest samples to date. This is kind of what all of this
The most complicated coding project. That's what it says. Every time I look for information on how to code an operating system, there's a whole paragraph telling me, you're going to bleed. And it makes sense. Your screen, your mouse, your keyboard, your hard drive, it's up to you to manage them. You have nothing at your disposal. The most basic and innocuous functions no longer exist, and it takes hours of research and hundreds of lines of code to recreate how they work. The peon has gone off to get milk, he won't come back, and your adoptive parents know it, and the assembly. A scenario worthy of Orphan's Curse. But no, don't cry. The situation could be much worse. It just has. Victor, don't give yourself a week to get as close to Windows 11 as possible. No more, you're on your own. Why am I doing this to myself? All this for nothing. Maybe it's time to stop YouTube, go to the countryside. Shut up, the timer's already running. Why are you still looking at my phone? Yeah, I'm on public Wi-Fi, so what? Hey, dangerous. What do you mean dangerous? There's nothing to worry about. All sites use HTTPS, but the data is encrypted. There's no way a hacker can see it. Yeah, except the free Burger King Wi-Fi hotspot was created by a hacker. He can see every site you visit, how long you've been there, and worse, he can perform an SSL stripping attack to force you to use HTTP when communicating with websites. So no more encryption, and all sensitive data is actually visible. To avoid this, just use CyberGhost VPN, the sponsor of the video. This VPN will hide all your information and keep your data encrypted at all times. No more worries. With their 11,000 servers in 100 countries, you can say goodbye to geo-blocked content and hello to the international catalog of 40 different streaming services, including Netflix, Prime Video, and Disney+. CyberGhost VPN is reliable and easy to use on Windows, Mac OS, iOS, Android, and even smart TVs and consoles. You can use it with this device simultaneously, which is perfect for the whole family. And yeah, it's not for nothing that 38 million users trust them and their rating on Trailpilot is excellent. Use the link in the description now to get 83% off your subscription. That's €2.03 per month with 4 months free, a 45-day money-back guarantee, and support that's available 24/7 if you have any problems. So, what are you waiting for? Okay, now let's code. The first step is definitely a hello word. When you're learning a new programming language, that's what you're supposed to start with. Display hello world on your screen. Well, we're going to do the same thing. An OS or operating system, but saying OS is still faster. Sorry, academics. An OS that just displays hello world and that's it. Well, yeah, that's it. So hurry up. We haven't. Didn't you watch the video or something? That's already a lot. Usually, writing a line of code is a chore. Here, it's 27 lines of code. and you're going to have to read several pages of documentation to understand exactly what happens when your computer turns on. But luckily for you, I'm going to summarize everything. When you turn on your computer, the first program that launches is the BIOS or UEFI on the most modern machines. But I'm going to focus on the BIOS. This little software is located on a chip on your motherboard. Everything is already coded by its manufacturer. There's nothing to do. The BIOS will take care of identifying and configuring your computer's hardware. Once that's done, it launches the post-test, which consists of checking that everything is working properly and displaying the results on the screen. If everything is okay, it will then want to give commands to our OS. But how does it know where our OS is? How big is it? What function to call? It doesn't know anything. You see, the BIOS is a bit stupid, a bit archaic. Well, sorry, but it's the truth, my friend. We're going to have to help it by coding a small intermediary program between it and our OS. I named it the bootloader. The advantage of the bootloader is that we can create it by following very strict specifications defined by the BIOS, which will allow it to be easily found by the latter. Because yes, exploring the 4-trag of MSSSD looking for a boot code is not viable. To avoid that, we're going to place the code of our booter in the boot sector. A single address that the BIOS will look at to see if our booter is there or not. It's much simpler, though. But how do we know that the bootloader code is there and that it's not just random data? Well, thanks to two properties. The bootloader code must be exactly 512 bytes long and will always end with this very specific binary signature. So our BIOS analyzes the end of the sector of each storage device the computer has and looks to see if there is a 512-byte segment. If there is, it knows it's the bootloader. So, it loads its code into memory, more precisely at address aux7c, and executes it from the very first bit. Okay, what's that? And in what language? Well, you guessed it. Yeah, I know. But it's the language that translates most directly into binary for our machine, and it's the only one to meet all the required characteristics. There's no choice. Let's start at the end with the binary signature. To do this, we just have to define it. And yes, this number is indeed our signature, but we just wrote it in hexadecimal. Now let's make sure that the file is exactly 512 bytes long. This last instruction takes 2 bytes. We have 510 left to fill. So we're going to calculate the size of our code from the current position to the first line and see how many bytes we're missing. And for this missing number, we're going to repeat the addition of zeros. So if we look at the binary file created from our assembly, we have our signature, our code which will be at the beginning and in between. We've added a bunch of zeros to reach 512 bytes. Now, all that's left is to write something on the screen. How? Remember the BIOS? The fastest way to do this is with its help. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't have insulted it in the end. I told you that the BIOS displays the results of the post-test on the screen. So that means it has a function that displays a character on the screen, and it turns out we can ask it to use it for us. This request is made via an interrupt. An interrupt consists of asking our CPU to stop what it's doing, execute a priority request, and then return to what it was doing before. The aux10 interrupt is the one that allows us to ask the CPU to use the BIOS's video display service. And to communicate our exact wishes to the BIOS, we'll transmit values to it via the CPU registers. The register is just a small place where we can store data. More precisely, by storing the value 0e in the R register, we ask to display a character on the screen. We could also have asked to display a pixel or change the cursor position, for example. And in the L register, we store the character we want to display on the screen. So we pass our variables by modifying the values of the CPU registers. Then we call the interrupt. The CPU takes control, looks at what the interrupt corresponds to, and gives control to the BIOS, which then looks at which function we want to use by retrieving the value of the register. It now knows we want to display a character. It looks at the value of the L register to find out which one, and it does it. And there you go, it's done. We're going to display a char. No, one last thing, we're going to add an infinite loop, a piece of code that the CPU will execute continuously without stopping. Why? Because the CPU has the grind mindset, my friend. It never stops working. It wants to execute instructions non-stop. and if it reaches the end of our bootloader code, it will then execute the code that is right after it in memory. Well, except that these are random values that don't mean anything. So it executes anything and it will spit out this idiot. But if we block it in our infinite loop, well, it won't spit out. And there we are. We display H on the screen. It's nice, but we're missing 10 letters. Well, we could just cut and that's it. But doing that is disgusting. 0/10, but there's potential. And to reach it, we just need to create a function that we execute for each character in our sentence. Hello world, 8 minutes. We spent 8 minutes of video explaining a whore. I think you understand now what a mess we're in. So, now it's time, we're finally going to boot our OS. No, we have to switch to protected mode first. CPU manufacturers are obsessed with backward compatibility. They want you to take a really prehistoric VOS and run it on your latest CPU, and it works perfectly. And to do that, you have to emulate a prehistoric CPU. Wait, I think I just insulted part of my audience there. Yeah, no, but not you. Time passes faster in technology. It's well known, it's fine. No, yes, no. Okay, so when we boot, our CPU behaves as if it's calling real mode in which we have, for example, less than 1 megabyte of RAM available. 1 megabyte. We can't stay like this. It's up to us to move time forward and ask our CPU to stop its cosplay. We're going to do this by switching to protected mode, which will be more than enough for us. And we will now have, hold on, up to 4 gigabytes of RAM. And this protected mode will also allow us, as its name suggests, to protect our OS because in real mode, there is zero protection. You install an app, it can do whatever it wants. Access all the memory, all the resources, use all the instructions imaginable. In short, with protected mode, we will be able to restrict external applications. It has different privilege levels called rings. Ring 3 is the one our OS will use and which will have the most freedom. No restrictions. A typical application will be in Ring 3 with little access, and if ever the application of a protected resource, for example, it will be obliged to request authorization from our OS, which will decide what to do. So we must put rules in place, and these rules, well, it's up to us to define them and give them to the CPU. We do this with the Global Descriptor Table, or GDT. As its name suggests, it's a table that will allow us to define different segments within our memory. Each entry in the table defines one of these segments. We give the address of the beginning of the segment, its size, then certain properties that we will give it, such as can this section be read, modified, executed, what privilege level. And like that, everything is secure. It's interesting, huh? Well, we don't give a damn. And yeah, this segmentation thing is more used these days. Now, we're doing paging that will have to be set up again later. Well, if we have time, but despite everything, we must define a GDT. It's mandatory. Once again, a matter of backward compatibility. So we're going to create a GDT with actually no segmentation. This is what we call the basic flat model, which is also described in the Intel user manual. It consists of integrating 3 entries into our GDT table. The 3 entries that are actually mandatory. We start with the null descriptor with all its bits at 0. We then define a segment that can contain code and a segment for data. The only difference is that code can be read, executed, but not modified, whereas data can be read, modified, but not executed. In both cases, we give them maximum privileges with ring 0, and then we make sure they take up all the available memory space. So in fact, they overlap, they are superimposed. As said earlier, we don't want segmentation, that's why. And there you have it, we have our table. All we have to do is note where it starts and its size and give this information to our CPU so that it knows where to find it. Now that we have our GDT defined, we can switch to protected mode. To do this, we just need to disable interrupts. Indeed, interrupts are currently managed by the BIOS, except that the BIOS only works in real mode. We can no longer use it. We'll have to take care of interrupts ourselves later. Then, we just have to change the value of the CR0 register of our CPU. As soon as this value is modified, our CPU knows that it is in protected mode and that it should no longer operate in real mode. And finally, we have one last little problem to solve. CPUs are ultra fast, and to be so efficient, they use something called pipelining. Basically, when the CPU executes a line of your code, it does so in several steps. First, it loads the instruction. Then, it decodes it to know exactly how to process it with its different components, and then it executes it. To go as fast as possible, it can do these steps in parallel across multiple instructions in your code. Let's take an example. The CPU starts by loading the first line of your code. When it's finished, it begins decoding it, and in parallel, it loads the next line. Once the first line is decoded, the CPU executes it, and at the same time, it decodes line 2 that it had just loaded, and it takes the opportunity to load line 3. The problem we have is that if we switch to protected mode, it is possible that the following instructions that are supposed to be executed in protected mode will actually be executed in real mode since it has gotten ahead with pipelining. That poses a problem. We must prevent this pack lining, and to do that we will make a long jump. We will perform a long jump in our code. The CPU will therefore not know what the next instruction is until it has made this jump, and suddenly it will not be able to load it, it will not be able to do pipelining, it will be forced to wait, and we will be sure that it will be in protected mode. Now that we're in protected mode, we'll finally be able to load our OS, and we'll be able to code this OS in C. If someone had told me one day that I'd celebrate coding in C, well, to test our code, we're going to make an ultra simple OS with just an infinite loop, a bit like what we did for our OSORD in real mode at the beginning of the video. This is our C code that allows us to do this. We want to compile it to transform it into a binary so we can run it. But there's a little problem. Yeah, there's always a little problem. When you code at a low level, it breaks our compiler. It's designed to create binary code for Windows 11 on my 64-bit machine with all the system functions and all that. Except that this code, we're not going to run it on Windows but on this one. Our Rodin architecture there, which is 32-bit, which has no function from the standard C library, which has nothing defined. If we compile with my current compiler, well, it's going to crash. So we need to create what we call a cross-compiler. We're going to create a compiler that will produce binary code adapted to our OS that we're coding. Okay, it sounds complicated, but it wasn't going to work. We just need to download the C compiler code that's online. You give it the architecture we want to use as parameters, which is adapted to what we're coding. Then we run that, and bam, it creates a special compiler for our system with which we compile our code. Okay, that's great, but we also need to be able to call our OS code from our bootloader. The problem is, we don't know where our OS code is. Let's fix that by linking our OS code with the one we're booting from and creating a disk image bootable by a computer that combines the two codes. This means that our OS will be right after our bootloader code. Bootloader, which is located in the boot sector as mentioned at the beginning of the video. So now we can load our OS code from our storage device into our booter, and we do this using a BIOS function already defined as we did for our Hello World. This time it will be with interrupt 13. Once it has executed, we loaded the code at this address in the RAM that we simply chose because we are sure that it will be a free area. Once in protected mode, all that's left is to call this code, and that's it. We have a black screen as expected in which we can see our reflection and slowly realize that we spent hours of research and hours of code just to have a damn black screen. Okay, let's add features to our OS now. It's a bit light as it is. First of all, it would be nice to be able to display text on the screen. Ah well, that's easy. We just have to use the BIOS function as we did at the beginning. Well no, the BIOS, as I told you, only works in real mode and we're in protected mode. We'll have to manage without it. Well, don't worry, it's not complicated. The screen is managed by our graphics card, and when we boot, it's in VGA mode, an old graphics mode with a disgusting resolution. Again for backward compatibility reasons, but this VGA mode has a text mode that will save us a lot of time. And since we're in a hurry, well, it's a good thing. The text mode already has a font, everything we need. We just have to tell our graphics card which character to display and where to put it. More precisely, VGA text mode works with an 80 by 25 character grid. Each character in the grid is defined by 2 bytes. The first is its ASCII code and the second the properties with which it should be displayed on the screen. This grid is stored at address OXB8000. So if I point to this address and then define the first byte as the letter E and the second byte as the value aux0f, I will get a blank E at the very beginning of my screen, E and the second byte as the value aux0f. I will get a blank E at the very beginning of my screen. And from there, displaying a character anywhere is easy. It's 2 times the line on which we want to display the character times the number of columns per line plus the column on which we want to display the character. And if we printed a character, we printed a sentence Hello World version 2. Dude, we did it, but we're not done with screen management. Having a little cursor that tells you where you are right now is still useful, especially when we want the user to be able to type and cancel. Now, you're probably imagining that we're just going to display a small character in our grid and that's it. Well, no, it's counterintuitive every time. For our character grid, we communicated with the graphics card via RAM. For the cursor, we'll communicate directly via the input-output port that connects to our graphics card. More precisely, we want to communicate the cursor position, but there's a small problem. Yes, another small problem. Always small problems. The position is 16 bits. Except that the input-output port can only transmit 8 bits at a time. 16 bits is too much, it won't fit. To solve this problem, we'll actually use 2 ports. With the 3D4 port, we tell the graphics card to send it the first H bits of the cursor position. Then, via the 3D5 port, we send these first H bits. We then tell the other port to send the last H bits. And hey presto, we send them next. And now, we have a cursor that we can easily update as soon as we write on the screen. Last important point, we'd like to be able to scroll when we reach the end of the screen. Well, yes, you have to do everything yourself. To do this, when you reach the last line, you just shift all the characters in your grid by 1 line. The screen management is done. You can even display your OS logo during boot. And I chose SOS as the name. I thought it perfectly described the current state of the creator of this atrocity. Now let's make sure we can interact with our OS via the keyboard. So the keyboard, it all depends on whether it's USB, Bluetooth, or even PS2, an old, prehistoric cable. In the first 2 cases, we manage the keyboard by polling, which consists of constantly asking it if a key has been pressed. No, are you sure? And now it has pressed? Still not. Whereas in the case of the PS2 keyboard, well, it's more relaxed because it's the keyboard that will give us the information that a key has been pressed via a CPU interrupt. But the fact that it could vary, well, I didn't know that. I thought it was the same for all keyboards because when you search for information on the net, you always come across the method used for the PS2 keyboard. So, well, that's the one I implemented even though I have a USB keyboard. But luckily, it doesn't matter because Kemu, which is the program that allows you to test my OS by simulating it, makes my USB keyboard behave like a PS2 keyboard too. So it works perfectly even though it shouldn't. What happens when you press a key in the PS2 version is that the keyboard triggers an interrupt and the CPU looks at how our OS wants to handle it. Except that for now, we don't handle anything at all. Let's change that by creating what we call an IDT. A table that will describe all possible interrupts, indicating for each one whether it is supported, what type of interrupt it is, what privilege level is required to call it. But above all, we indicate which function of our OS is called when this interrupt occurs. Once the table is created, we send it to our CPU and that's it. In our case, we're only interested in the keyboard interrupt. The rest, we'll redirect them to a dummy function that does, nothing. But when it's a keyboard interrupt, our CPU will know that we need to redirect the code to this function of our OS, which will be responsible for retrieving the key that was pressed by communicating with the keyboard controller via the input-output port 0x60. The port gives us what we call a scan code, which is just a number that represents a key on the keyboard. If it's a normal key, we display it on the screen to allow us to type something. If it's the deleted key, we delete the previously typed letter. And if it's the enter key, we execute the command corresponding to what has been typed so far. But for now, we have no command. I think the first one we should create is a command to create a text file and load it. And to do that, we'll have to manage our computer's memory. So, as you'll have understood, it's always a bit the same thing. The OS takes care of managing the logic, then communicates with our computer's hardware to execute specific actions until now using the input ports or a defined space in the memory. For storage, there are several ways to manage the logic, but the one we're going to use is one of the simplest, the fat which, funny anecdote, was invented by Mark McDonald's. Yeah, that makes me laugh. Yeah, okay, that's our hard drive. It's divided into a whole bunch of 512-byte sectors. Remember the 512-byte sector bit and leader bit? Well, that's where that size comes from. These sectors are the smallest storage unit that our hardware can read or write. So even if you ask it to write a single byte to your hard drive, it will actually write an entire sector with your byte at the beginning. Because if we handled it 1 byte at a time, well, your hard drive would be way too slow. But still, sectors are still too small. Sure, there are 2 billion sectors to manage. That's way too many. We have to expand, and that's what FAT is, which will group these sectors into what we call clusters. So a cluster, for example, can be H sectors put together. Now, we can easily note all the existing clusters in the file allocation table or FAT. Note all the existing clusters in the file allocation table or FAT. When our OS wants to create a new file, it will scan this table until it finds enough free clusters to be able to store the file's data. And when that's the case, it will link these clusters so that we know that they all represent a single file. It will then put the data from our file into its clusters. And finally, in another table, the directory table, it will note the name of the file, its size and the location of the first cluster that contains the data. That way, when we want to load this file, the OS will be able to browse this directory table to find your file inside. It will look at where the first cluster that has the data is located, it will look for it as well as all the other clusters linked to it and will retrieve their data. And there you have it, it's not very complicated. You will notice that the files clusters don't have to be side by side, they can be anywhere. And that's useful because if you have a file that you want to modify and enlarge but it is adjacent to another, well, if the clusters were necessarily adjacent, we would have to write over our other file and then that breaks everything. Whereas in our case, it can just create a new cluster further down the disk with the additional data. Okay, all that's left is to set up the deletion and modification. Okay, well no, so we don't have time anymore and I find it mind-blowing. A week of code
Thank you to Displate for supporting PBS. The multiverse pops out of quite a few theories in physics and has been proposed as a solution to certain vexing problems. But it's also been argued that the very idea of Thank you to Displate for supporting PBS. The multiverse pops out of quite a few theories in physics and has been proposed as a solution to certain vexing problems. But it's also been argued that the very idea of a multiverse is just bad science. That it's unfalsifiable and a dead end to inquiry and as bad a violation of Occam's razor as you could imagine. But the multiverse might also be real. Can something that exists be bad science? Hey everyone, a couple of quick announcements before we get started. We're running our next algorithm experiment for the next couple of episodes. Our algorithm has shied away from sharing our episodes with the full Spacetime community again, so we're trying to determine whether likes or comments are more influential. For this phase of the experiment, we want to see what happens if we can get 60,000 plus likes per episode. If you want to be a data point in this experiment, just hit the like button and of course feel free to comment as per usual. Finally, we have our July merch available. This is a special one. Retired scientist Dr. Jim Slater is a fan of Spacetime and the creator of this incredible image of how the Earth and the Sun moved through the galaxy. And he gave us his blessing to put it on a t-shirt and sweatshirt. The creator of this incredible image of how the is a fan of this is a special one. Retired scientist Dr. Jim Slater is a fan of Spacetime and the creator of this incredible image of how the Earth and the Sun moved through the galaxy. And he gave us his blessing to put it on a t-shirt and sweatshirt, so you can show everyone in your local patch of Spacetime a scientifically accurate movement of the Sun and Earth. We also have two new black hole logo Spacetime caps, one with a white hole and one with an all black hole. Links in the description. In recent episodes, a white hole, and we also have two new black hole logo Spacetime caps, one with a white hole and one with an all black hole. Links in the description. In recent episodes, we've talked about how the fundamental parameters of our universe are apparently finely tuned for the production of entities that can speculate about the fine-tuning of the universe. One possible explanation that we've teased several times now is that there exists a preposterously large ensemble of universes spanning all possible parameters, both habitable and uninhabitable, with the latter being the extreme majority. We are, of course, in an inhabitable one by necessity. Some would say that this anthropic principle, this argument of an observer bias, actually predicts that a multiverse exists. Others say that the multiverse is just bad science. Before we decide one way or the other, let's review the types of multiverse and where they come from, and before we review multiverses, let's remind ourselves what we mean by universe. The original meaning of the word was just the totality of all existence, which makes the idea of a multiverse nonsensical. If it exists, it's in the universe. But in modern usage, universe tends to mean this particular continuous space-time that traces back to a particular Big Bang. For that reason, we have more concrete terms. For example, the observable universe refers to everything we can see in that space-time given the amount of time light has had to reach us, whose outer boundary we call the particle horizon. But if you could teleport just beyond the particle horizon, presumably things would be pretty similar. More stars, more galaxies, etc., whose light just hasn't reached us yet. And we typically think of those regions beyond as being part of our universe. So maybe the universe is everything connected to the space-time that we live in. But there are conditions that might justify calling some distant but connected region a different universe. For example, if the laws of physics change over extremely long distances, there could be regions of a vast connected space-time that operate very differently to here. This is often called a quilt multiverse. A related multiverse comes from the eternal inflation hypothesis, where the main greater space-time is expanding vastly more quickly than our universe. Bubbles of more gently expanding space appear and become universes like our own. In this case, these bubbles may also have very different laws of physics to each other. Other ways to generate universes with different physics include birthing them inside black holes, as in Lee Smolden's cosmological natural selection, or various cyclic universe options in which the laws shift between cycles. There's also the multiverse of the many-world interpretation of quantum mechanics. Some of what I get to today is relevant to that, but I'm going to focus on the multiverses that allow varying laws of physics. There are concrete reasons that the laws of physics might change between universes. For example, changing the quantum vacuum state changes the physics. In our universe, the mass of the Higgs boson, and hence the masses of all other particles, depend on the slightly non-zero energy of the Higgs field ground state. But the ground state of a given field may be a local minimum, and other ground states are possible. Changing the Higgs ground state changes the Higgs mass, and our universe looks very different. For almost all random choices of a Higgs mass, the universe is uninhabitable. Another example where the laws of physics change depending on the configuration of the underlying fields is in string theory. There, the machinery generating all particles and forces is in the form of compactified extra dimensions, coiled built into something called a Calabi-Yau manifold. The geometry and topology of this manifold and the corresponding string vibrational modes determine the properties of particles and the strengths of interactions. This leads to an enormous number of possible configurations for the ground or vacuum state, at least 10 to the power of 500 of them, in fact, each producing a universe with different physics. This is the string landscape, a colossal landscape of possible universes that may or may not actually exist out there. String theory can't tell us why our universe's Calabi-Yau manifold landed on the particular vacuum state that generates the particles and forces of the standard model. Nor can the standard model of particle physics by itself tell us why the underlying quantum fields have their particular vacuum states. It would be nice to find such a mechanism, but what if there just isn't one? What if all possible vacuum states can happen and we just happen to be in one of the versions capable of producing life? That's the anthropic principle. In its most reasonable form, it argues that we shouldn't be surprised to find ourselves in an unusual part of the uni/multiverse, because we ourselves are unusual. At some levels, it's not in the least controversial. For example, we find ourselves in a very rare environment in our universe, a habitable biosphere. Even though habitable biospheres occupy an infinitesimal fraction of the volume of the universe, we're not surprised to find ourselves in one. I mean, we have to have emerged somewhere that we can have emerged. Extended to the multiverse, if there is one, it should be equally unsurprising that we emerge in a universe that can produce habitable biospheres, which in turn require a very specific configuration of the laws of physics. And our universe's laws of physics do seem specific. Change the strength of dark energy or the mass of the Higgs boson or even the number of dimensions of spacetime, and our universe likely would not have produced life. Coupled with the anthropic principle, the multiverse gets us out of having to explain why these specific laws, and in a way also gives an explanation for why the physics of our universe seems finely tuned to allow life. It's a selection bias, just like the bias that leads us to observing the universe from an unusually warm, wet biosphere. Some would take this much further. Some say that this apparent fine-tuning of our universe's parameters in favor of habitability is actual evidence for the multiverse. So, now we have the multiverse and the anthropic principle very loosely defined, so let's decide if this is bad science. We're going to break this into two broad categories of criticism. One is that the multiverse is unparsimonious. It violates Occam's razor. And two is that the multiverse is scientifically useless in various ways. It's unfalsifiable and/or an explanatory dead end. Let's start with one. The principle of parsimony, more often called Occam's razor, can be stated in several ways, but let's start with one of the phrasings used by William of Ockham himself. Never posit pluralities without necessity. Well, a multiverse is about as plural as you can get, so maybe we've already annoyed Brother William. Occam's edict has been refined over the years. Another common phrasing is, entities must not be multiplied beyond necessity. Again, sounds damning, but we can at least start to pick this apart. What's an entity in this context? Isaac Newton offers some guidance. We are to admit no more causes of natural things than such as are both true and sufficient to explain their appearances. Well, this is a critical refinement. We're told to limit the plurality of causes in an explanation, which is very distinct from limiting, say, the plurality of predictions. Now, way before William of Ockham, we have some enlightening phrasing by Aristotle. We may assume the superiority, other things being equal, of the demonstration which derives from fewer postulates or hypotheses. A more modern and parsimonious version of that is, all else being equal, simpler explanations should be preferred over more complex ones. So, the thing we are advised against multiplying is not the outcome or predictions of a hypothesis, but rather the number of entities in the explanation. The causes, not the predictions, according to Newton. But what are these entities? Well, they are the number of postulates or assumptions, basically the number of new things required to make a hypothesis work. These could be principles like a law of physics or an initial condition of the universe, or they could be physical stuff like a new quantum field or a multiverse. In general, Occam's razor wants us to be reductionists, to minimize either the complexity of the underlying theoretical framework or to minimize the number of fundamental building blocks, to seek theoretical or ontological parsimony. In fact, these two things may ultimately be the same thing. Occam's razor basically warns against overfitting. If you want to find a mathematical description of some arbitrary curve, you can always do it if you have enough degrees of freedom in your function. For example, a Fourier series with an arbitrarily large number of terms can fit any continuous curve, but the resulting mathematical form has no explanatory power. It's not a general law of nature that can make predictions beyond its overfitted curve. We could equally describe the universe as a vast map of points indicating the location of all particles, but that's complex and useless compared to the relative parsimony of the standard model plus general relativity and some initial conditions. So, with that refinement of Occam's razor, where does the multiverse land? In cases where a theory predicts the existence of a multiverse, it seems that Occam's razor doesn't apply, especially if the theory was concocted to do a different job and the multiverse just popped out. In that case, the multiverse is not a prior assumption of the theory, it extends from it. So things like the string landscape, the eternal inflation multiverse, and honestly even the splitting timelines of many worlds shouldn't be considered a problematic plurality when it comes to assessing these ideas. When we bring in anthropic arguments, the situation is muddier. We could say that the multiverse is predicted by anthropic arguments, in that fine-tuning plus selection bias demands many untuned universes. But we could also frame the multiverse as a cause or an assumption in our argument. We observe fine-tuning because there's a multiverse. In the latter case, we need to pick apart our principle of parsimony a bit more carefully. If we propose or assume or postulate a multiverse as an explanation, have we multiplied entities beyond necessity? Have we overfit? Some would say yes. I don't agree. It's tempting to want to assume the least extravagant universe possible, but the size or number of universes doesn't necessarily map to the number of new prior assumptions that we would use to weigh our hypothesis against Occam's razor. And the impulse to argue for the least extravagant universe has failed us in the past. The ancients rejected the idea that the Earth is moving around the Sun because if that were so, then the distant stars should appear to change position relative to each other due to parallax. They didn't consider that it was even reasonable for the stars to be so far away that parallax was too small to observe. Their bias towards smallness led them astray. In the Great Debate in 1920, Heber Curtis argued that the redshift of the spiral nebulae meant they had to be entire galaxies far beyond the Milky Way, while Harlow Shapley represented the status quo feeling that such distances would mean an uncomfortably large universe. But now we're completely comfortable with an observable universe 93 billion light years in diameter, and a greater universe is hundreds of times bigger or even infinitely large. So as our measured boundary of the universe expands, so does our acceptance of new, increasingly preposterous sizes. For this reason, it's no longer compelling to argue against the multiverse based only on a sense of excessive bigness. If that bigness encompasses regions where constants of nature shift or stretch to regions where inflation never stopped, that's not necessarily unparsimonious due to the sheer bigness alone. Occam's razor asks that we seek the fewest moving parts, but it doesn't say anything about the sizes of those parts. So, the parsimony of a given multiverse theory is really equivalent to the parsimony of the theory that predicts the multiverse, which has little to do with the multiverse that it predicts. If internal inflation or string theory or cosmological natural selection or whatever are not too far-fetched as solutions to fine-tuning themselves, then neither is the multiverse. Okay, on to the next point. Is the multiverse bad science because it's unfalsifiable or an explanatory dead end? I'm going to only touch on this one because there are details that warrant spending a lot more time on this, which we don't have. So, the badness of multiverse science depends very much on your definition of science. If you adhere to a strict Popperian view that science is only that which can be falsified, disproved by doable experiments, then you could argue that the multiverse is not even science. But by the same logic, you could argue that hypothesizing that galaxies exist beyond the particle horizon is also bad science because we can't test those either. A more relaxed view would say that science applies logical reasoning coupled with a whole suite of tools to collectively find a consistent picture of what reality is. If something is potentially part of reality, then it's in principle approachable by scientific methods. So if the multiverse might exist, then it's very much in the realm of science. And in fact, it's not true that we can't test multiverse theories. There are a few proposals for direct tests for other universes that I won't get into here, although we've talked about a couple of them before. But there are also tests that involve predicting what we should see in this universe if its unusual properties really are a result of anthropic selection. For example, Steven Weinberg showed that anthropic arguments gave a pretty clear prediction for the value of dark energy under the assumption that our universe should have the most likely value for dark energy that could permit our existence. The broader topic of anthropic predictions is deep and fascinating, and I'll also save it for another time. The fact that various multiverse ideas are testable given sufficient creativity means they also are not scientific dead ends. It's not true to say that by allowing anything to be possible, we no longer have a path to explaining our universe because all universes exist. In fact, the foundational theory that allows a multiverse to exist will make pretty specific predictions about the distribution of properties of the universes in that multiverse, and that can place strong constraints on the likely properties of our universe under anthropic selection. So, the multiverse doesn't have to be bad science, but it also can be. If the idea is proposed as a blanket answer to fine-tuning, without a concrete mechanism that can be used to make other testable predictions, then your proposition is indeed unparsimonious, unfalsifiable, and an explanatory dead end. Bad science. But that's not how serious proponents of various multiverse-generating theories do it. Treated with due care, we can indeed science the prospect of the plurality of space-time. Thank you to Displate for supporting PBS. While space might be defined by its lack of walls, if you're watching this you probably have walls. And if you've ever thought of merging your walls with your passion for space, there's Displate. Displate posters are high-resolution, vibrant, metal posters, and they have thousands of space images. For fans of technical visuals, Displate has images from JWST and NASA. For fans of creative imagery, they have hundreds of space-inspired designs, some finished with Displate's Textra 3D application, which features a blend of tangible textures, 3D contouring effects, and selective matte and gloss finishes. Each Displate gets attached with an included magnet kit. So when you're installing your Displate, there's no drilling, no holes, and the magnets will work for any one of Displate's 2 million plus artworks. Right now, there's a promotion where you can get between 25 and 37% off your order, depending on how many Displates you order, when you use the code SPACETIME. There's details and a link in the description below if you want to explore more. Thank you to AnyDesk for supporting PBS. According to quantum physics, the universe should have collapsed on itself in the instant after the Big Bang due to all particles being 100 million billion times heavier.
most complicated coding project. That's what it says. Every time I look for information on how to code an operating system, there's a whole pair.
And twerking on top of a cab? What? It was in San Francisco. What are you doing? There's been a random wave of unprovoked attacks on white and Asian girls. Seems like just now they're targeting taxi drivers. Just the past weekend, they randomly attacked an Asian girl in the mall and 2 other people in the location whenever they jumped on top of it. Teen girls tied to unprovoked attacks in San Francisco.
New at 10, San Francisco police say they have arrested a group of young girls over the weekend.
What is this?
After a series of unprovoked attacks.
3 girls ages 14, 13, and 11. I'm gonna be real. If your kid is wilding out like this, like the parents need to have accountability for this. Like that's insane.
A girl, I didn't see her because it was out of the blue and behind. She tugged me by my hair. She dragged me to the ground, and with a closed fist, she was punching me, hitting my head.
15-year-old says the unprovoked attack involving 4 young girls. While 1 girl attacked her, the other 3 used their cell phones to record the assault.
I was just...
What the fuck is going on?
At least 5 similar attacks around the city since the beginning of July. She was transported to the hospital. She suffered a concussion and has cuts and bruises. Police say officers consulted juvenile probation, which advised that all 3 girls be released to their parents at the scene. They are
That's the problem. That's the fucking problem. If you're going out and you're doing that, but you gotta go and take a fucking vacation. Your parents gotta make sure to set you up on some sort of a plan. Go back to the asylums? Yes. And so this is from San Francisco. Oh, it got deleted by the moderators. Embarrassing as fuck, as this group of girls been causing all the chaos over San Francisco and arrested and let out. They were not arrested, detained, and released back to their parents. KVU talked about it. They were literally let go on the spot, meaning not booked and arrested. No criminal record. They know they won't get in trouble, so they will keep doing things. Who cares if they're okay? You climb on a car in traffic and shake your ass. Whatever happens to you is on you. Even Reddit is turning. I am so glad to see this. The reality is that you got these wild animals running around causing trouble, and you want me to think about their well-being? Fuck that. I'm thinking about everybody else.
Jinxie, open up a calculator. I just got a bunch of numbers written down.
Yeah, you're donating? Oh, I saw that. So yeah, yesterday, driving home from my dad's house, and I see that I get added into a call with Hassan, Mr. Beast, Logan Paul, Aiden Ross, and XQC. And I'm like, all right, I'll join this one.
We know you got a lot of that in.
Hey! What is this? Hi, hello, hi guys.
Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Jimmy, Mr. Beast. Yeah, there's this charity thing called Team Water, where every dollar donated is a year of clean water for someone in need. Your friends here were saying you're a very generous soul. And...
Are you really gonna do this shit? I fucking at the McDonald's drive-thru, man. Is this gonna happen to me? Just give me a number, Jimmy.
All right, so Jinxie, Logan, they both just committed $100,000 and
100K? No way. Look, guys, here's the thing. I'm about actually, I don't know why this guy. Like, how does it take this long to pay for McDonald's?
I see tweets all the time about how you're the most watched Twitch streamer, like watch time every month. You're like crushing it.
And you know what? You know how much I get paid for that? 17 cents. It's a big day for me. I'll donate. I'll donate, Jimmy. I'm not going to donate $100,000. I'm going to be honest. That's a lot of money.
You're putting people on the spot. Put me on the spot too, man. And now I'm broke.
Y'all try to make me look like an asshole. That's what's going on. I know what's going on here.
Asmund, I got an idea for you. If we do a stream, me, you, Aiden, we put that day, we do a little stream together, right? All of us combined, and we just donate that amount to that.
I will say this. I would do it.
Hey, I got to go, guys. Jimmy, send me the info. Asmund, pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, you too, man.
See you,
bye, guys. You're doing God's work, Jimmy.
All right, Logan. Thanks, sweetie. Thanks, Asmund.
Man.
See you,
bye, guys. You're doing God's work, Jimmy.
All right, Logan. Thanks, sweetie. Thanks, Asmund.
All right, yep. I'll see y'all later.
Enjoy your man.
And I'm like, oh, now they're trying to get me to donate a bunch of fucking money. 100K? That's a lot of money, man. I should have donated like $400, but yeah, guys, I'll go ahead. I'll lay it down. I should have told them that I would donate the amount of money that I made from Twitch from ads this month. You guys want to know how much that total amount of money would be? The total amount of ad revenue made. Let's see, how much are they getting? $1.78. Nobody's seeing ads for me, I'll tell you that. If somebody's seeing ads for me, I'll say the N-word again, okay? Don't worry about it. I'll fucking say it.
No! Twitch! He means nuclear. It's in the nuclear sense.
The N-word used in a nuclear sense, that's the worst thing that can happen.
CNN has learned Ghislaine Maxwell has been moved to a new prison. Maxwell has been serving a 20-year prison sentence in Florida. She's now headed to a minimum security prison in Texas.
Ghislaine Maxwell says that she'll testify before U.S. Congress only if granted immunity, moved out of prison, given advance questions, and allowed to wait until after her Supreme Court appeal. Ghislaine Maxwell appealed to the Supreme Court to overturn her sex trafficking conviction. Which one? Former immunity from prosecution, insists the interview not take place in the prison, must receive all committee questions in advance to ensure fairness. I'm gonna be honest. I would only give her immunity if the investigations led to conviction. If she can tell me where the metaphorical or maybe literal bodies are buried, then I can find out the truth for myself. She shouldn't be in the place for making demands. Well, she is, because she has information that we want. I mean, like, we could torture her. Maybe that would work. But like last time we did that with fucking Guantanamo Bay, everybody got mad. We have to reason with them. Would you want Trump to be impeached if he's in the Epstein files? No, I'd want people to go to jail. If she can condemn and implicate 5 really powerful people, it's absolutely worth giving her her freedom in order to do that. It's the easiest decision that you could ever make.
No, he didn't. I don't believe he did. I believe that he was murdered.
You took a day off, which means a new war started. So what happened? Really funny you bring that up, because just a couple of hours before I went live, Donald Trump is moving nuclear submarines around Russia based on the highly provocative statements of the former president of Russia, Dmitry Medvedev, who is now the deputy chairman of the Security Council of the Russian Federation. I have ordered, this is from Donald Trump, I have ordered 2 nuclear submarines to be positioned in the appropriate regions just in case these foolish and inflammatory statements are more than just that. Words are very important and can often lead to unintended consequences. I hope this will not be one of those instances. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So I take 1 day off and this happens. Donald Trump has declared that the United States is fully prepared to engage in a nuclear war with Russia, emphasizing the nation's readiness for... What? Oh, shit!
Talking about nuclear. When you talk about nuclear, we have to be prepared, and we're totally prepared.
We are being deployed nuclear submarines.
Oh, yeah, well, we had to do that. A threat was made, and we didn't think it was appropriate, so I have to be very careful.
Either way, I don't think we want a war with Russia. I don't think anybody wants a war with Russia, but it seems pretty obvious that he's like trying to escalate tensions to push Russia into negotiating with ending the war in Ukraine. And also, he's probably just talking shit on the internet too. Bro wants to make Battlefield 6 in VR? I guess so. Yeah, we're getting Battlefield 6 early today, guys. How about that?
So let's just go ahead and start with Frogie. Of course, I've got my PP. Now it's the same PP, but I'm going to do it differently and do it kind of special for you guys. So, you know, this is a very special PP because it's live. So let's talk about this. Frogan is literally about to default early next week. What has she done with the 50K she raised? We have not heard from her or her attorney at all. She has like 5 days to respond to our complaint or she loses by default. And this was last night. So it's probably down to 4 days. So after this came from Ethan. So this is from Ethan, right? This was the Snarkers. And this is one of the most legally inaccurate takes. That's one of the most legally inaccurate takes ever. Okay. This is from the Snarkers. Can't wait to see the case dismissed after Fro. What is she like? First of all, who calls her Fro? Like when I hear them call her Fro, it sounds like she's Froyo. Okay. Like, I can't not think that she's frozen yogurt. So let's get into this. After Fro files a motion to quash after being improperly served, this dude is such an idiot. He has all of his money and doesn't know what to do with it. So therefore, his quack of a lawyer is just taking it from him. LMAO. This is really funny. Okay, well, first of all, let's correct the record. All lawyers are greedy, money sucking, soulless quacks. No, they're all crazy in a special way. All lawyers are crazy in a special way. But beyond that, this is procedurally inaccurate and completely wrong. And I'm going to explain how this is just completely wrong. So, first of all, let's explain what a default judgment is. Okay. Default judgment is a court ruling in favor of the plaintiff, typically because the defendant does not file a defense or the defendant doesn't acknowledge the claim. So, if you just want to stick your head in the sand and pretend you don't know what's going on, you're likely going to get a default judgment. Now, there are certain circumstances in which not receiving service is a real thing. However, in this case, Ethan Klein has multiple methods. He can, obviously have what we call hand deliveries when you're hand serviced, but there's also service by publication. So you can publish it in a newspaper of general circulation, and that can generally get back and serve as service. And beyond that, we all know that Frogan knows about this lawsuit. Like, it's not something that Frogan doesn't know about. It's very public. So it's very clear what's going on here to a judge that Frogan is trying to dodge this. Frogan is trying to evade this, right? And Ethan Klein, through this default judgment, this court ruling in favor of the plaintiff, he would win without Frogan ever having a chance to assert defense. So Frogan, even if she gets this default judgment, so even if the court ends up ultimately siding with Ethan Klein and saying, hey, default judgment. And remember, with a default judgment, that isn't a win for Klein. He gets what he wants. So he'll get damages, whatever else he wants, injunctions, removal of the video, whatever he wants. He's going to get that by default. It's just, hey, well, this person is not fighting back. So, okay. And then he can proceed, if she doesn't do anything, she can proceed to collecting on that judgment at a certain point. However, Frogi Yogi does have a potential opportunity to challenge the default judgment. And she does that with an objection to the default judgment, which is a motion to set aside. So she can make a motion to set aside the default judgment. Now, she does need to have a valid excuse, right? So not receiving the claim could be if the service, all types of service, were invalid. But I guarantee you that at least one type of service that they used on this, whether it was, hand delivery or publication or some sort of substitute service, was legally sufficient to provide notice of service or sufficient service to proceed with the case. They're not going to issue the default judgment typically if there was completely bunk service, but the burden would be on Frogi to prove that. And beyond that, you'd have to have something like illness or extreme emergency. And as far as we know in the Frogan case, Frogan is not in the hospital. Frogan is not under extreme emergency. Frogan was not in a crisis zone, right? She's not somewhere where bad stuff is going down, right? Or she'd have to prove a procedural error, right? However, she has to respond to do this, and that response has to be very prompt and persuasive. So she'd have to do that anyways. So she's going to have to go back, write the court, and explain why she did not respond before, etc. And the judge is not obliged to accept that. The judge can say, I don't accept this. We're still sticking with the default judgment. Now, here's the thing. Here's the biggest thing. And here's where the snarkers are completely wrong. This is where the snarkers just are completely stupid. Is even if Frogi objects to the default, and even if the judge grants her motion, if everything goes the same way, you know what the end result is? It's not the case being dropped, kids. It's the case proceeding as normal. End result is, you know what the end result is? It's not. And even if the judge grants her motion, if everything goes the same way, you know what the end result is? You know what the end result is? It's not the case being dropped, kids. It's the case proceeding as normal. So if Frogan goes through all this extra work, all she's going to do is have the case proceed as normal. Literally, somebody in the chat said it. Who said it here? Square one. It's back at square one. Congratulations, Frogan. You literally did nothing. You do all this work for freaking nothing. Wow, Queen. Wow. So smart. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Sigma, right? We're just going crazy here. We're just going crazy. But let's also talk about the money. The money. So here's our lovely, lovely Frogie. And she's got, her legal defense fund at this point at $35K. She also had other donations from other places. So I believe, Ethan's number was around $50K. He's tracking this closer than I am. So let's just assume that it's $50K, but, she's got at least $35K here. But she had this legal defense fund. And my concern is, what about the money? What did you do with the cash, Frogan? What did you do with the cash? You're clearly not spending all that money on your lawsuit. And so the question is, where is that money going, Frogan? Where is that money going, Frogan? Is that going to your muffin budget? Because it's certainly not going into responding to the claims, right? Certainly not going to respond to the claims. And what happens if the funds were diverted to purposes other than the legal defense? That's a possible crime. That's a possible crime. Theft by deception, false pretenses, fraud. This is a type of fraud. Also wire fraud. So we're talking about potential theft or fraud. Did it go into an IOLTA? That's a very good question. We don't know. And once again, this is speculation. So out there, let me be very clear. It's me speculating. It's a question I'm asking. And I don't know. And we need to know, where's the money, Frogan? What are you doing? The other thing is, if she was misdirecting these funds, she could be fined. There can be restitution, right? Meaning the money is returned to the people that donated. And there can even be prison time. So we need to figure out what's going on with that money. So last night, this was the language last night. Tell me if she changed this language, because I highlighted this, and this is what was up last night, as of last night. Okay. So after 2 years of target harassment campaign against me, Ethan Klein has now escalated it into suing me for reacting to his video on Hassan and myself on his video titled Content Nuke Hassan Piker. This fundraiser to cover any and all legal fees associated with this complaint and any counterclaims I have against them. So stop there. So far, as far as we know, she has not paid any legal fees, and she definitely hasn't filed any counterclaims. So as to these two, they're wrong. Now, here's the part where we might get into some debate. This next part, the part I underlined. She puts any other bills, and personal expenses. So she's going to argue, oh, I can put food under that. I can put makeup under that because I need to look pretty for litigation. I can do all this sort of stuff. That's a personal expense. I can pay for like 22 layers of cover up, right? Under personal expense, because that's a personal expense. But the problem is, and then the rest of the language, from lost wages and damages arising from this litigation. Well, the question is, when you have arising from, if you're not participating in the litigation, if you are not fighting back, there's no litigation to speak of. Therefore, it's not arising from the litigation. So despite the fact that personal expenses is here, and that might be valid, it's in connection with the litigation. It's not personal expenses for her to go on a personal trip, right? Or her to go buy a sandwich or whatever, Chipotle. It's not for any of that. Okay. So that is a situation where she may have some trouble. All right, so let's get into Denims. Let's go deep on Denims, okay? Even though she's disloyal. Here is this discovery matter. It's an order granting a stipulation for the plaintiff, that's Ethan Klein, he's TED Entertainment, to serve third-party subpoenas prior to Rule 26F conference. So this is literally, remember, as a reminder, disloyal Denims literally betrayed the Reddit mods. She stabbed them in the back. She refused to defend them at all. She completely sacrificed them to the corn in order to get this moving along, right? And she gave up all of their information. She said, you know what? You can subpoena them. You can get all their information. That's Denims. That's the type of girl she is. Once again, this is why these people are going to fold like a sack of cards. They have no loyalty for each other. They don't care for each other at all. All of this, we're one big community. We're one big proletariat. That falls apart. That falls apart immediately when push comes to shove. They're pushing each other in front of the firing squad, right? They're pushing each other in front of the firing squad. And we see this with Denims right now. Completely under the bus. Upon consideration of the joint stipulation granting plaintiff leave to serve third-party subpoenas prior to the Rule 26F conference of plaintiff TEDx Entertainment, TEDx Inc., and defendant Alexandra Marwa Saber, PK Denims, Dirty Denims. And for good cause shown, the court hereby rules as follows. The stipulation is granted. TEI, that's Ethan Klein, may immediately serve the subpoena attached as Exhibit A to the stipulation on the third-party Reddit, that's so Reddit in general, accompanied by this order, and shall include the date of the Reddit subpoena. It was issued in the date of compliance. And they may also serve subpoena on Discord. Granted by Wesley L. Hugh, Sue, maybe, United States District Judge, July 31st. So the point of the matter here is that we have a official subpoena of Discord and Reddit. And Discord and Reddit, I'm telling you right now, and I know this, I have friends that are civil litigators, I've seen this in other cases that we've studied, etc. Discord and Reddit are going to turn over all the data. They do not care. They have no dog in the fight to defend these people. None. Zero. They do not care. They do not want to fight, want to go into a huge legal battle over fighting the disclosure of information. They're just going to do it. They're going to roll over and do it.
But then also, because some of your cohorts leaked your Discord messages to us, we have some of your Discord IDs. And guess what? We're going to, if anyone's going to have your real identity, it's going to be right there. We're going to have
that's it. Hold on, let's play it one more time.
Messages to us. We have some of your Discord IDs. And guess what? We're going to, if anyone's going to have your real identity, it's going to be right there. We're going to have all your messages.
Discord.
And listen, don't try to erase them. If you erase them now, it's not going to look good.
You guys remember that? You guys remember what that is? Now, obstruction, it can't be obstruction. It can't be obstruction, but spoliation of evidence. That is exactly right. You guys in the class paying attention. So let's continue. Let's play the rest of this.
And you should know that I'll still get them even if you erase them. Because the companies hold.
Yeah, they don't really delete that stuff.
Yeah, and then that, and so I'm getting it, So you can erase, you can run, you can cry, you can piss, you can bitch, but I'm coming. And you're about to find out what happens when you a stranger. And
there it is.
We got to pull that sound button.
Okay, I will gladly do that.
Great scene.
But then also,
so the point is that even if they delete it, it's not going to matter. We gotta let the mouse and her lawyer cook And we're going to talk about that today on The Legal Minds, where we teach you to be your own judge. Of course, I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, and this is a Fast Facts video giving you the quick and dirty, the latest in legal news. In this case, VTuber news related to VShojo and Iron Mouse. And in this video, which we're going to review today, will take a little bit longer than a normal Fast Facts, but still be pretty brief. We're going to go over exactly what I said, which is give everyone time. And Iron Mouse perhaps needs the most time of all, considering she is at the center of this. She's got things to deal with like NDAs, potential labor law to get litigation, civil litigation, even getting involved in criminal investigations related to the charity side of this. So as every creator deserves patience, deserves trust, and deserves your time and respect and space. Iron Mouse, perhaps most of all, is in the very, very frustrating position of being at the head of this, but perhaps being able to say the very least. So without taking any further time here, let's turn to the mouse herself and see what she had to say in this stream where she was reacting to the Vebe tweet and also talking about kind of the situation. Let's let her take it from here.
And I'm taking my time with reconnecting with people. I think that every streamer that... Oh, thank you very much. I'm taking it very slow with getting to talk to people again. Bumping this chat message. Silence, TTS. I paused TTS. Thank you. I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you so much for wanting me to talk to people, and I appreciate the fact that you guys just want us to all heal and reconnect and stuff. I'm gonna be taking my time with things, but please do not pressure me to do anything. But don't worry. I am working on things, and I'm doing things at my own pace.
So one thing you guys got to realize when she's saying here is working on her own pace is that it's not just working on her own pace, but it's also what can she say even to other people. So this is another thing too with like reconnecting with people and working with people. If there's any litigation component to that, if there's anything that could be a potential, NDA breach or disclosure breach, she's got to be very careful as well. So there's a lot of things she's got to take her time. She's got to trust her lawyer, and she's got to do it at her own speed. So you guys have to understand that, like, while the sentiment is great, you have to let them do it when they can do it and not rush. Legal process does not happen overnight. Even if you're reaching a settlement, it's not something you reach in the blink of an eye. It's not something you get right away. It's something that takes time. So you have to understand that while you might want, in a perfect world, you'd have, a million collaborations and you'd all get together and chit chat about things. There's certain things you got to be careful about, particularly as it relates to legal strategy. So I'll let this play here.
Things at my own pace. It's a lot. I think just like everything that's been going on, processing everything has been extremely difficult. And it's tough. It's tough. It's tough not just for me. It's tough for everybody involved. So give people time. Give people time. But I did read Vay's tweet, and that was holy Jesus.
I mean, I completely agree with this one. This tweet was a freaking bombshell. And when I saw this tweet, and I've reacted to this when you guys can, hear me talking about that on previous streams. Wow. And I am pretty sure that she consulted with a lawyer before dropping that, because I mean, this was an absolute bombshell. And this was just, that was my instant reaction to seeing this. And I'm sure most of you who read that had the same instant reaction.
Holy Jesus. Man. Yeah, she popped off. Like, man, that she has balls. She's a Giga Chad. Like, no joke.
Indeed.
Yeah, you could tell she was waiting to say something for a while, and I'm glad that she got to say what she had to say. I'm really glad she got to say what she wanted to say. I feel like there are just so many people that just wanted to say stuff, but so many people were trapped behind NDAs and stuff, trapped behind crazy paperwork,
Yeah, and mostly the crazy paperwork are the crazy NDAs. And NDAs can be different. They can be different for each person, but the from what we know and what we've been disclosed, these NDAs are ridiculous. These NDAs are sometimes way beyond what they should be asking to keep confidential or keep hidden. So because of that, people have been very, very afraid to talk about it. And even with the company defunct, even with the company out of money, it still is a situation where they're thinking, okay, wait, can we really do this? Because even in this position, is Gun Run going to come out here and use his personal funds to try to defend these? Like, what's going to go on? So people are still gun shy about it. And Bebe, hopefully in consultation with a lawyer, got to the point where she said, you know what, I'm willing to put this out here. I'm willing to take this shot, which is commendable. But once again, understand that not everybody is in the same position. So while Vebe may be in a position to do that, or she may be advised to have done that, not every talent is in the same position to do that. So just because one can do it does not mean all of them can do it at the same time.
And could not speak. You know, a lot of I'm trying to dance around things to not like outright say stuff because unfortunately I am as much as I would like to say everything, I can't because I'm in the middle of like I have a lawyer and I'm in the middle of like a legal thing going on.
A legal thing going on. A legal thing going on. Excuse me. There's probably a lot of legal things going on right now with Iron Mouse. So yes, she cannot say anything about this. And please, please, please do not push her. Let her lawyer cook. Let her lawyer get the goods. Because at the end of this, the payoff will be worth it. She eventually will be able to say so much more, perhaps everything. Perhaps she's going to be able to tell the whole story. There's possible there could be certain things that there's a settlement, etc., that aren't talked about. However, it's very likely she's able to tell a pretty complete story by the end of this saga.
So I can't really be as outspoken as everybody else, which is killing me, which pains me a lot because I have a lot to say. You know, I have a lot to say. And there have been things that I have seen. I have seen some things. I've seen some things. One particular thing that is frustrating the out of me that I really want to talk about, but I can't. And it's like I'm trying to like word this in a way where it's just like a way so that my lawyer doesn't get mad at me.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
And it's like I'm trying to like word this in a way where it's just like a way so that my lawyer doesn't get mad at me.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
Does it involve the talent? I will say there are some staff members that were amazing. There are some staff members that were wonderful. And that
this is a huge hint right now. If there's some that are wonderful, what are the others? Hint, hint.
Tried their best. They tried their best. They tried their best. There were some staff members that truly had the feelings and thoughts of the talent in their hearts and truly wanted to fix things and make things work.
So
and
good.
Some that did not understand the full picture of what was going on because unfortunately there were a lot of people that were being misled and misinformation being relayed. One of I will just say that the biggest thing that if I could say one thing that was the biggest problem, it would be communication. Because there was no
I think that's fair to say. And I think she can say that without too much giving away too much. But you got to be very careful because you can't say names, you can't absolve people yet. You can't call people out and say this specific person is great and this specific person is not, because we don't know yet. There's more investigation that might go in. Maybe some of the people, as we've seen, we saw certain tweets out, by people that were involved at the executive level, right? The extent they say, oh, bro, this is Gun Run's fault. It's all Gun Run's fault. Hold on a second, buddy. You're copied on the memo, right? You're copied on the memo. So there's going to be people that have said, oh, no, it's not me, not it. And after some investigation, it might turn out that it indeed was them and they indeed had a problem, despite them saying, oh, no, it wasn't me. So we don't know yet, but I do believe in her entirely. I do believe Mouse entirely that some people were amazing. Of course, you work at any company, even the most evil corporation can have nice people. They can have a great, nice, kind secretary, right? They can have a great mailroom clerk. They can have certain people, even certain executives that are great people. And there can be people that are absolutely horrible and people that cause massive liability for the company.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
And it was almost as if like communication was frowned upon, allegedly. In Minecraft. You know how sometimes
Should be very careful. The Minecraft defense does not always work, Mounds. You got to be careful with Minecraft.
you're at a party and like you want to talk to your friends, but then someone at the party is like, hey, you know, you shouldn't tell your friends these things. So like don't talk to your friends about this. And you know, you're at that Minecraft party allegedly.
This is sounding like a pretty interesting Minecraft party. Was that Minecraft party held in San Francisco, California?
These things. So like don't talk to your friends about this. And you know, you're at that Minecraft party allegedly.
This is sounding like a pretty interesting Minecraft party. Was that Minecraft party held in San Francisco, California? Perhaps was the headquarters there?
I hate those types of parties. You know what I mean? You know. Anyway. I'm trying, y'all. I'm trying. I'm really trying, y'all. Anyway, I am well aware. Like, it sucks. It sucks because it's like I see people like commenting on everything and like making videos and like talking about stuff. But it's like there's just so much that people just don't understand.
Yep.
And I can't talk about it fully. And I'm like, I can't really like I shouldn't really like talk about what I want to talk about because I can't give full context. So it's like, you know, my lawyer's sweating. My lawyer's sweating. No. Legal mindset understands, does he?
There we go. Yes, we get it. We get it on legal mindset. I get it. You guys get it. We all know that she's got to wait and we know what's going on there. Now, we don't know, right? We don't know the details. The only people that know the details are Iron Mouse and her lawyer. But what I'm telling you right now, and take this to the bank, is she is looking at a multitude of things, right? She's got to look at the NDAs. She's got to look at the civil claim. She's got to look at the charity fraud issues, right? We've got to look at if there's going to be any criminal prosecution. So you've got all these considerations, and she's got to do that with her lawyer, and only her and her lawyer are the only ones that know the full picture, and you have to let them and give them time to work this out. And then once they work it out, then we're going to be able to talk about it publicly. But got to calm down.
Does he understand?
I got you.
Yeah, it's like as much as I want to say we are free now, we're all free, we're indie, we're free.
Not yet.
I think the other girls are more free than me because I, you know, I'm the one that put out the video and the one that like started stuff.
Yes. So if anything comes back, so in terms of counterclaims, right? So let's say, you know, they're going to try to counter against her, right? Or, you know, go after her for the initial breach. So saying, hey, look, we could go after everybody. We're going to counter against Mouse. We're going to do some sort of counterclaim against her because of, you know, the breach of NDA, et cetera, you know, blah, blah, blah. The pressure is on her, both in terms of, you know, attacking and even potentially defending or having to defend against, you know, any sort of counters they might throw at her. So yes, most of the pressure is on her. And certainly because of the root of the charity funds and because the charity funds were coming from her, that's something that specifically relates to her and not necessarily every other streamer. And because that is high on her consideration list and getting the money to the IDF, which, by the way, Immune Deficiency Foundation, right? That is extremely important for her. So she has to take those considerations above and beyond the considerations of the other creators. And that's something that is a little bit unique to Iron Mouse.
So I'm not as free as everybody else, and I'm not as free as I'd like to be. I think the only person who understands is my lawyer.
100% agree with this. The only person who you got to trust is your own personal lawyer. And I'm not her lawyer. I don't represent Iron Mouse, which is why I can talk more freely about these things. Because once again, if you have attorney-client privilege, you have to keep this stuff secret. You can't talk about it, and you couldn't do anything to ruin her trial strategy. And I would, of course, never do that. Even if I had information, I would never do that to harm any sort of talent. But that's something they need to keep secret because you don't want to give away the moves. If they've got certain moves they're going to make or certain things they're going to play or certain actions they're going to take, they need to keep those close to the vest in their personal legal strategy. And she needs to tell absolutely no one other than her lawyer.
But, we'll get there in time, I think. In time, we will. My main concern is that there's just going to be stuff that I can't talk about. And I stressed to my lawyer that, like, my biggest thing is wanting to just talk about stuff, which is important to me. And the charity. Number 1 was charity. Number 2 were the girls in Kuro. And number 3 was to talk about stuff.
And so she'll get all those things. So those priorities will be met. So she will eventually be able to satisfy, helping the others, right? That'll definitely happen at some point, right? It'll be helping the charity. That's going to happen at another point. And being able to talk about it, that's eventually going to happen, right? And then, of course, which she leaves because, Mouse is pretty selfless in this herself at the end here, saying, hey, also there's me and the fact I haven't been paid for a while. That's the thing out there too, right? But she'll get to those things. She will get to all those things in time.
Oh yeah, always myself always last. It's just who I am, honestly. It's like I said,
and that's why everybody absolutely loves her. So guys, once again, let Mouse and her lawyer cook, give them the time and patience to be able to go through this process properly. The legal battle is not won in a day or an hour. It is something that takes time. It's something that moves slowly, but we all know in the end, Mouse and her lawyer, with the assistance of her lawyer, are going to prevail in this one. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below, and I will catch you on the next one.
Are you guys enjoying the stream today?
The same group of scammers have been talking to me for over 265 days now, and they are getting desperate. They think I'm a 90-year-old woman who spent $40,000 on bathtubs and gift cards, but they haven't gotten anything.
I don't know if I could fit 2 tubs in the back of my pickup truck, but I can try.
Do not buy the tub. Just buy the gift card. I will put in your transaction. You will buy the tub.
That was just the first week, so you can imagine how things go over the next few months that they spend with me. Today's video is sponsored by Identity IQ, but we'll get to that later.
Listen to me.
Yes, this is
You know why you have not received any refund yet? You know why you have not received any refund yet? Because you have not followed the protocol. You have not followed the exact procedure. You have wasted $23,000 and $5,000.
$27,000.
Okay, $27,000, Wendy. Tell me what we will do with the tubs. What we will do?
I don't
think
know.
like we will open our bank on the tubs?
Can I mail some of the tubs to you? Maybe you could give me money back for the tubs?
What I will do. You tell me. What I will do with the tubs. Okay?
Okay. And then
You will get
Sam
all
said
the
that
money
I
back.
needed to buy more
But listen to me,
gift
Susan.
cards. Is that true?
Susan. Baby, no gift card. No gift card today, okay?
Okay,
No
new
gift card.
gift cards.
Just do the account transfer.
All right, I'll get some new gift
Just do
cards
the account transfer.
as well. Okay.
Father children, listen to me. Hello.
I will get new gift cards, and then I'll look for your text message or your WhatsApp message.
Now this time, make sure of one thing. Once you scratch the Google Play gift card, do not rip off the numbers.
Okay. Don't rip off the numbers.
Okay.
So you need the letters and numbers.
And send.
Okay.
Yes, and send me the
I
picture.
wasn't sure because I
And
remember
send me the picture.
I thought that you might need them.
Yeah. And send me the picture as well.
What was that? A picture of hell?
I said send me the picture as well.
I sent Sam some pictures of completely destroyed gift cards, and although we weren't talking on the phone at the time, he was very upset.
No, we have to put it in our Microsoft account, in our Microsoft server, and then you can go ahead and initiate the refund. Then the money will gonna come into your
I don't know what to tell
Bank
you,
of
Sam.
America account.
Your boss told me
Yeah,
that
that's what
he's
I'm saying.
taking over the case, and I don't want to get in the middle of. You'd have to call the boss to
I
find
know
out
you're not
if.
getting in the middle. I know.
If
I
you
know,
talk
but
to the
what I'm
boss
saying
and he
is,
says that
my
you can
boss
take
told
over
me.
the
He
account
told
again,
me. No. He told me to ask for the pictures. Can you just ask him if he can go ahead and refund $1,000? He will not even give you $1. Try and understand
no,
that.
he
He's
was
a
already on my
scammer.
bank,
You're
and
wasting your
he
money.
showed me the FTC portal.
I know, but Susan, you also need to understand this man is a scammer to whom you're talking to.
How do
I
you
am
know?
the real one.
How do you know?
You are getting scammed, okay? See who is calling me. Just hold on. Let just hear my conversation with him. Don't say a word, okay? Josh, can you just go ahead and I was actually talking to my friend. We received a call from you the day before yesterday on Monday. There was something about the case or something that you have got filed against us.
Which case are you referring to?
Well, I do not know, Dasha, because my girlfriend got the call and I'm calling on her behalf. Her name is
Okay.
Alina Johnson.
Yeah, let me look in my records. Actually, Alina. Yeah, how do you spell her name?
Elina. Alina. I mean, if you don't mind, can I ask you where your office is located?
We're located in Seattle, Florida, Washington.
Okay. Can I have the address?
Yeah, it's 1000 Courtview Street Lane Road Street.
How do you spell it? 1000 Court.
Yep, Court Lane View Boulevard Street Lane.
Why are you giving me the wrong zip code?
Okay, we gotta talk about the Markiplier situation. Basically, people are trying to cancel him now for allegedly supporting AI. So we're gonna go over everything from the video that is apparently getting him canceled, where people are saying that he's defending AI, to people accusing him of using an AI thumbnail, and apparently promoting AI in his podcast. We're gonna go over the cut-up clips that people are getting mad about, all of the Twitter drama, the rampant mental illness, and in fact, the backlash got so bad, Markiplier actually made an entire hour-long response stream. So we're gonna check all of that out. Subscribe, or you become a terminally unemployed Twitter user. Right, let's start with this tweet. Markiplier is being called out for directly supporting AI research, but he believes the tech can do good. There are reasons to be critical of AI the way that it currently is. That doesn't mean that it's entirely as a concept a problem. He's helping fund Real Good AI, a nonprofit try to make a model that doesn't steal art. Markiplier made it clear that he doesn't support current generative AI models and believe that they steal from creators. Right, so here's one of the tweets that went viral. Markiplier, one of my favorite YouTubers since I was 14, are you still 14 by the way, is defending AI and uses it. And this got 41,000 likes. It got community noted. This tweet refers to a clip of Markiplier asking ChatGPT questions similar to how one would use Google as a search engine. There's no defense being made on his end in this clip. If you've Googled something as of May 2024, you are also using AI. The tech is everywhere. So we're gonna check out this clip in a second, but this person continues. For those who want confirmation, I didn't get the chance to sit down and check it myself, but it was in the latest Distractable podcast, and he was using ChatGPT as if it's Google technically. This actually made me so freaking upset. Oomph pointed out that this was one of his videos a few months ago where he also uses AI. Also searching up here, apparently anyone who brings up Markiplier's AI usage in any subreddit, Markipliers or Distractables, they get banned. This is one of the posts I was able to screenshot and find. Right, so this person is basically saying Mark's use of artificial intelligence and how there's very real consequences. He just plays it off as a joke when it's not. The subreddit is taking down these posts and not actually hearing people's concerns. Right, so let's look at the clip people are mad about. The way my face freaking fell during these whole 2 minutes, I didn't have Markiplier defending AI usage on my regular Wednesday afternoon, and we got this 2-minute clip. Now this clip is from Ethan Nestor's video, We Tried Peanut-Free Candy.
This does feel like a vehicle for protein, where you don't really eat this for the taste, you eat it for the nutritional value.
What? Hold on. Hey. I was just wondering if you could tell me what the protein profile of sunflower seeds is.
Yeah, hey, sunflower seeds are a good source of protein. They contain all essential amino acids, but not in perfectly balanced amounts. Typically, they have around 20 to 25 grams of protein per 100 grams. They are especially rich in methionine and cysteine, but lower in lysine, so they aren't considered a complete protein on their own. If you combine them with other sources like legumes, you can create a more balanced amino acid profile.
I didn't listen.
No worry.
Oh.
I asked because, you know, that's ChatGPT's like voice talk feature.
Everyone's gonna hate you.
I love it.
What about the water?
What about the water?
It's stealing the water.
Where?
I don't know how it works. I've been told. It's taking the water.
Oh.
Isn't it?
Right, so Markiplier asked ChatGPT a question, just like your dumbass on Twitter, probably Google shit using AI. And confession, guys, I've also done this before. I have asked ChatGPT a question. The horror, just the absolute horror. They also might be concerned about the fact that Ethan brought up the water thing, right? Basically, he was sort of, it sounded like mocking people who didn't know what they were talking about when it comes to AI. And basically, a simplified version, basically AI server cooling uses a ton of water, right? So data centers use cooling towers to dissipate the heat that is generated from running these things, and that's why he brings up water there. Also, there's some other shit like, you know, the mining of metals used in AI leads to pollution or soil erosion, etc., etc., and it can be harmful for the environment. But anyways, they continue.
Well, okay, so the thing about that is in computers, data centers need water. Do you know why?
Cooling?
Yes, cooling. So that's what they're doing. That's what they mean when it's taking the water.
Who takes more water? Okay? ChatGPT or almonds?
Let's ask ChatGPT. Hey, what would consume more water? The data centers that power you and your ability to answer my questions, or almond growing in all of California?
All almond farming in California uses significantly more water than data centers. Almonds require around a gallon of water per almond, which adds up to billions of gallons annually. Data centers also consume water, especially for cooling, but the volume is much smaller compared to large-scale agriculture.
You're not just saying that because you're ChatGPT and you wouldn't want to be accused of stealing too much water, are you?
Nope.
Right, so people kind of took this as Markiplier sort of defending AI and mocking the critics, right? Now, first off, he's just pointing out straight up facts here, so you shouldn't be getting mad at actual facts. Now, the argument some people are making on Twitter is that it's like poisoning poor people's water in particular, right? So it's harming poor people, or, you know, the water that's being used is not being recycled. But anyways, that's besides the point. Markiplier did actually respond to this in this clip. Markiplier basically saying to the people who are trying to cancel him, you're mad, that's great, here's my stance on AI, redirect your anger towards changing it for the better is exactly why he did not deserve the hate he has gotten recently. And this got like 60k likes, and apparently this person was trying to defend Markiplier. But this was not a good clip that they actually chose here, and a bunch of people got really mad at this and started quote tweeting and getting mad at Markiplier.
That's what I started this at, is like, we're on the same side. We're absolutely on the same side. And there's a side here that is for the betterment of this in the first place. So I personally am doing nothing besides paying for the foundation. That is the only thing that I'm doing in this, the only thing I've been doing. But it's something that I've talked about because it's important to understand. To fight something, you have to understand what you're fighting, right? You have to. It's something that I don't even fully understand. But if you want to change something, you have to understand it. You have to try to understand.
Right, so this clip is pretty out of context. It still looks pretty decently okay for Markiplier, but not enough to quell the Twitter storm, it seems. We'll look at the full context later. It's a whole 1 hour stream. But basically, he's trying to say that, you know, he's trying to understand AI so that, you know, we can fight against it properly. You know, you need the knowledge of what you're fighting against to actually, you know, be able to combat it effectively. So they sort of realized what they did. Please watch the stream or get the full context before replying. I have way too too many people repeating the same thing that he's supporting AI. He literally isn't. Right, so people saw that one cut up clip and responded, y'all don't give a frick about black people or literally anything, surprise, surprise. 24K likes. Ladies and gentlemen, twitter.com. What the fuck are you even talking about? How did this get 24K likes? How is this related to black people at all? Well, I know what they're actually talking about, but brace yourselves before you hear this reason, because you're about to launch yourself out the window. Right, let's look at the follow-up first. Please do not focus on what could be when this is directly impacting folks' livelihood just because y'all want to be ignorant, because nowhere in any of this did this man mention Memphis. Y'all do not know him. So people responded, what? Like, what are you doing? That video is crazy because what is ethical AI? Not gonna lie, as a black person, even I'm sitting here like, what? Because I have no clue what this is going on about. Right, so apparently from what I understand, the reason is that AI is somehow poisoning black people specifically because, I don't know, it might be affecting the water in like certain communities, and then it's stealing from black people specifically somehow, which I don't think it's a black only issue. It's probably affecting the entirety of the human race here, but more people jump in. I don't give a flying frick about how you feel. Bitch, AI is literally killing black communities. Okay, now it's killing them. All right. But y'all never cared. Y'all just want to keep stealing from black folk like y'all always do. But this shit is sad as frick. I think it's sadder to, be on Twitter crying about this, but okay. Y'all know that shit is literally poisoning black communities and even rural white communities, but now we gotta make it better. 8K likes, by the way. Another classic. You cannot make something inherently built with capitalist structures and off the back of oppressed groups better or more ethical. You have to completely tear it down. Trying to fix it from within simply allows it to thrive in its current state. So you're telling me there is zero good uses for AI. We should just take down every bit of technology in the entire world, even though it might, solve cancer one day or something. Let me clarify, this isn't inherently in regard to Markiplier. Then why did you tweet Markiplier? Like, what are you talking about? Y'all have zero backbone and AI is trying to fry the earth within a decade because y'all repeatedly put it off in favor of more important things. In other words, doing nothing ever. Basically, somebody tweeted this, Markiplier on his AI controversy. You guys pushed him to his breaking point.
I confess that I was the first fucking person to be sounding the goddamn alarm that it was bad. I was the first fucking person to say this is honey all over again.
Well, he's a little bit mad. This person responds, you guys pushed him to his breaking point. He received valid criticism, and the criticism was that harsh because of the current difficult times we live in. We're all tired, exhausted, scared, and everyone's future is at stake, so I think everyone had a pretty normal reaction. It is not a normal reaction considering you guys don't even know his opinion. I think the biggest issue with the whole Markiplier using AI scandal is that 90% of his fandom doesn't actually listen to Distractable, that's his podcast, where he frequently used ChatGPT either to look up information or generate bits. It's not a one-off usage, it's been consistent. We got people freaking out on TikTok watching Markiplier defend ChatGPT and constantly use AI in his podcast. Also, you can't talk about it on the subreddit or you'll get banned. And his brother is a furry artist. Like, they are completely different people. Y'all acting like AI is evil. Just incredibly lazy and horrible for the environment, so kinda yeah. Is Markiplier a good guy when he's killing our planet with each AI generation? Or when he was cool with PewDiePie censored being is crazy by the way, was being an open white supremacist? That's also completely false, but okay. Moving on to Markiplier's full response. Markiplier versus AI Fight Night. So first he talks about how he was warning everybody about this.
I was the first fucking person to say this is honey all over again. This is fucking honey all over again. I was trying to warn Bob and Wade way the fuck back in time. The danger of it, how it was going to be a problem. This was like way back in like 2022. I was telling them that there was going to be a time when someone could punch in a prompt into a AI and it was going to be able to generate an entire podcast of us. And they laughed. And they laughed. And they laughed at me.
Okay, so he's definitely kind of pissed. Markiplier has been consistently warning people about the dangers of AI, and he would sort of showcase how concerning it is and how fast it's evolving, and then people took that as him somehow supporting it. Now, if you're confused about the Honey thing, Honey is a scam sponsor that he basically warned the entirety of YouTube about several years before it was actually exposed.
There's gonna, in like a couple years, there's gonna be the great Honey conspiracy. There's some shady shit going on. I can't put my finger upon it.
And he's basically saying that he's kind of done the same thing here with AI, although I'm sure a bunch of people were warning about AI as well. But to put Markiplier as the, forefront of AI here, this guy who's championing it, rather than the all like Omega Corpo companies or random other people. I feel like Markiplier is on your side here, right? So then he talks about the nuance of the whole situation, right? That you can't just say that all AI is bad. That just doesn't make sense because, technology is not that simple. And obviously AI in some cases can be used for really good things.
I can't promise at any point I was not excited about it, because as a technological development, there is a reason for some people to be excited about this. And it's not for the reasons that you might think. I'm not shouting that, yes, it's great that it takes up so much power. No, there are serious medical advances and there are serious legitimate uses to this technology and the research that is being done to it. However, right now, the main problem that we face is that every single company in existence and the governments thereof of the countries that those companies are in are all throwing billions and billions of dollars and man hours into building these AIs. That kind of laws and regulations go out the window. The actual reaction that people are having to this is a natural cause of this threat to their livelihood, to their ability as an artist, to everything that they're doing. And that is incredibly valid.
Right, so obviously there's going to be a ton of positive things about AI coming out as well. I mean, it might legitimately solve cancer, a bunch of diseases. We might get, breakthroughs in science that will allow us to do things that we can't even conceive of. Maybe space travel, actually considering moving humans as a civilization to another planet thanks to all the discoveries that AI will do. But obviously the dangers being that a ton of people will be losing their jobs, entire livelihoods might be uprooted, entire industries will be changed forever, and people are rightfully scared here. But Markiplier is not the villain here, okay? Making Markiplier the villain because of one clip you might have saw or one thumbnail that might have been AI generated when he's obviously trying to do his best is just crazy to me. I feel like this is another instance of cancel culture trying to take its root. They saw that this guy is chilling controversy free for a bit too long, and we can't have that. I'm an unemployed reject fucking freak who has no prospects in life, and I want to do something to make me feel good. So I will try to cancel this person that everybody cares a lot about, right? And I think the main villain is obviously the mega corpos pouring billions and billions of dollars into this shit, not giving a about the ethical boundaries. So this next part, he talks about the thumbnail where people are accusing him that he possibly used AI.
Midjourney came out in 2022. So there was a time when I believe, and honestly, people are very valid to say this. There is one thumbnail in particular that I can say had something from there, which is Simulacra 2, I believe. So it was still composited into other things, but I was like, oh, it's good at making nightmare faces, so maybe I'll make a nightmare faces. And I totally acknowledge I haven't even thought about that until this all came up. So I'm perfectly happy to go back, change that, get rid of the thumbnail. In fact, I'll do that after this stream, right? This is all just something that I was posting as of this morning. But there was a plague that was going into these stock photo sites. And that's when I started to realize how bad this was really going to be. You would get to the point where you would not be able to tell, or it would be difficult to tell. Now I'd say I have a pretty good eye for it, and I think I can tell what is and is not AI.
I mean, it is crazy. I mean, the standards that people are holding him to is impossible to maintain because they might be super parasocial or they might just be haters of him or something. I'm not too sure, but it seems like they consider him as this infallible deity that has never made a single mistake in his entire life, right? One AI image in one thumbnail a couple years ago that he possibly did not know about is not something you should, get on his ass about, right? He's obviously trying to do his best. I'm sure he pays a bunch of animators and artists for his projects, right? And, people might call me out for being a hypocrite here. Well, you criticized Mr. Beast's AI tool, right? But that was a bit different, okay? He was literally dragging and dropping his face onto other people's thumbnails, okay? That is like the most blatant, hey, I'm gonna steal your shit, bro, right? And, it doesn't matter if we're gonna get to that eventually. It's just like, hey, why is this guy who's supposed to be for the creators championing this cause here, which is like encouraging stealing and making it as efficient as possible to steal, right? So I think that's a completely different situation there. This seems like it was like an honest mistake, right? So this next part, he talks about his podcast Distractable, where people called him out for, again, using AI for, you know, asking queries. We read that whole Twitter post.
One of the episodes of Distractable that people often talk about as being an example of me supporting AI, which is not, is Caker AI, right? I presented to Bob and Wade images that were AI generated and images that were stock photos. And I asked them to tell which was which. And the whole point of that, and I think what was lost on people, is that was meant to scare them. That was meant to scare the audience. That was meant to translate just how bad this could be because of the danger of it, because of how hard it would start to be to differentiate. And that was a year ago. What was that? That was more than a year ago, right? And that is not the first instance of when I was sounding the alarm of how bad this could be. Now, I am not saying that I'm flawless. I'm not saying that I'm perfect here. I'm not even saying that I've done it right or good.
Right, so basically he's saying that, you know, he's literally trying to show people how scary AI is actually becoming, and simply even showing you the problem is enough to cancel him. And I feel like it's important to know at least what the threat is, right? If you lose your mind and shit yourself and run in a corner every time AI is mentioned, then you're obviously not going to be able to keep up with what is happening, right? So it's important to actually know what is going on so you can have the tools to actually combat it. You know thy enemy or whatever, right? You know, if someone can clone my exact voice and exact face and, you know, create a video of me perfectly AI, I think I would like to know about it, because at least then I can maybe somewhat prepare for it, although that's going to be pretty hard. But just mentioning AI doesn't mean you automatically support it. I think that is completely ridiculous, and it just shows how, I don't know, oversensitive people are or whatever, right? So moving on to this next part, Markiplier talks about Netflix actually embracing AI and being particularly shameless about it. And this is like the real enemy, okay? This is like the mega corpos who are essentially don't give a they'll just fire everybody, replace you with AI and stuff, right?
You have just recently, just in the past couple weeks, you had Netflix coming out proudly saying that they have VFX that are AI generated, and oh, what a time saving, and oh, what a money saving thing was. I could talk about a lot of things about how Hollywood and the movie industry in general wastes money, but that is obviously disheartening and is the natural result from something that I've been talking about. And the reason with which I have been talking about is the same reason that people are trying to come after me for talking about in the first place. It's to raise awareness. Anytime that I do talk about it, it's to talk about the dangers of it, or how scary it is, or how bad it is, or how it's misunderstood. And by knowing about it, people assume that I'm using it all the time and in my content and everything like that. That's not the case.
Oh my god, is this guy being fucking reasonable right now? It's pissing me off. Why is this guy being reasonable? I can't stand it because I'm stupid. I can't stand it because I lack brain cells. It infuriates me. Let me go post on Twitter and Reddit all day, you know, complaining about this guy. What's that? Oh, I have no job and I'm a fucking loser who spends all my time terminally online trying to cancel people for no good reason at all, and literally have no prospects in life, completely broke. Yeah, that is actually me. Why do you ask? So what I got from his whole reasoning about this is he's just sort of trying to be proactive, not actively trying to hurt anyone, and maybe he's using AI behind the scenes or whatever. Obviously, people are going to have their conspiracy theories, but, you know, from the little bit I know about Markiplier from the internet, he seems like a well-meaning guy, all right? He seems like he's just trying to do his best here, and it's crazy. I just find it insane that people always go after the people who are literally just the nicest people, the people who legitimately want to do good and are trying their best to, you know, learn from the situation and correct their behavior, right? So this next part, he talks about apparently the discussion of AI was being banned on Markiplier's subreddit, and people took this as him avoiding criticism, right? Oh, you can't criticize Markiplier and or something.
But I get why people are reactionary about it, because on the subreddit, it was banned. The discussion of it was banned, and that was not my decision, but I still defend the mod's decision to do that, because there's for people that are wondering if the mods getting death threats was a thing. It was a thing. It still is a thing. And part of that is the reason why they implemented the rule in the first place, is because the discussion became incredibly vitriolic.
Okay, here's a wild take. I think you're perfectly entitled to ban whatever the hell you want on your subreddit, especially if it's getting extremely hateful and people are sending death threats. Yes, technically, you shouldn't be like banning criticism and you should be taking criticism, but one is that, you know, it's your own subreddit. You can do whatever the hell you want with it. People can leave the criticism elsewhere. Two, okay, suppose you want to allow the criticism. If it's starting to escalate to such, you know, ridiculous attacks where they don't really have much merit and they're just basically a bunch of mentally ill Twitter freaks trying to, you know, clip farm or whatever, and trying to generate likes on ridiculous posts. Like on Twitter, they tried to turn this into Markiplier hates black people. Like, where the fuck do you draw that conclusion? I just don't know. They're just trying to be victims so bad, and it genuinely is pathetic. I don't know how you go through your life living like that, like a perpetual victim, looking at ways to get angry every single time, right? But anyways, I think it's a good thing that he actually did make this whole stream to clarify. So anyways, this next part, he talks about how everyone is basically unknowingly complicit in AI.
Because we're all part of the same mud here. I'm on YouTube. YouTube is owned by Google. The videos that I make are part of what help fund Google's Gemini machine. It's why Google search is pretty much destroyed. I'm complicit in the problem, but the alternative is to not make videos at all. And it's not something that I want to do because I enjoy making content. The way that it works inside is so unknowable that even the companies making these and touting and putting their billions of dollars in it don't understand how it works. That's why you have the number one worst offender of all these language models, which was part of why on my TikTok I said I'm not on Twitter, because there's a certain language model that thinks it's Mecha Hitler.
Okay, I will say Grok went kind of crazy, all right? I don't know what the hell is going on with Grok. Grok needs a few tweaks to the algorithm, to say the least. So after this, he talks about how people are getting really pissy at the even mention of AI, which is not a healthy way to deal with things.
I talked to ChatGPT in that video itself. It was mostly as a bit to showcase how dumb it could be and how funny it could be. But I understand, and I think I started to really understand where people were coming from when even just the mentioning of it or the placing it in a video could become something that people were offended by. But also, I'm a goddamn troll. People have this misconception that I'm kind of nice. And so when there's something that pisses people off, I apologize, but also part of me just really enjoys kind of making people mad.
All right, another controversial Pegasus take incoming here. I think if you lose your mind the second AI is even mentioned, you're not a very smart person. I think you have a closed mind and are probably not very smart, right? You should be able to hear discussions about any topic and not freak the fuck out, right? If I hear something I disagree with, you know, I will, you know, listen to it at least before completely losing my mind and trying to cancel someone, all right? Just evaluate the situation, sort of formulate your arguments in your mind and just sort of observe, right? Observe what is going on and then come to a conclusion calmly. In this world, you will be exposed to ideas you disagree with, right? Put those in your worldview so you can constantly learn from it, right? Because if you only look at stuff you agree with, you're never gonna learn, right? So this was actually being streamed. So a chatter actually called him out for promoting AI images, right? And Markiplier actually does admit some guilt here.
The accusations of you promoting an AI image winning an art contest because it was interesting, I would say totally valid, totally valid. And I would say it was interesting. It was interesting, not in like a, oh my God, it's fascinating. And what's funny about this is, again, this might be a dating thing. People might have seen that when it got uploaded to that Spotify feed for Power Wash. That video with MatPat, I'm looking right now, is from September 6th, 2022. I might have been really excited about it. I certainly might have been. I'm not denying that in that video. I'm not going to be like, I hated it then. It's 2022. That was back when it was first getting started. When it was, to me, it was an exciting new venture. That was before the nightmare started to really emerge. But it's 2022, so I can't say that I was immediately informed in my opinions about how quickly it was going to destroy everything.
I mean, I feel like that's a more than good enough response to the situation. I feel like you can't, like, you know, when AI was, you know, initially coming out and stuff like that, you can be awestruck and excited by those images and knowing all of the possibilities, right? I'm not gonna lie, I'm scared, but also really excited about AI because a lot of cool shit will be coming. I'm particularly excited about, you know, maybe transferring consciousness into like a video game. And then you can, if you guys have seen the anime like Sword Art Online, if you can play something like that in real life, holy shit, dude. But also, you know, I see stuff like the Studio Ghibli images floating around, not gonna put it for obvious reasons, but you know, I'm like, okay, this is amazing. It's being generated in 2 seconds, but also, oh shit, I feel really bad for the artist. And, you know, it affects my conscience. And I'm like, oh shit, okay, I'm probably not gonna use this shit, right? Because yeah, you know, I'd feel bad for someone just replacing somebody's entire job in like a click of a button. Because what if people start doing that to me, right? What if people start watching AI versions of me that is just way better than me and I could never compete or something, right? And you know, you might think you'll never get to that point, but you know, you're a fucking smug ass narcissistic human. So don't worry, the bots will get you. Then we get to that cut up clip that we saw a while back that made people really mad and called him like a person who hates black people for some reason.
I'm on your side. I'm on your side, but I'm more of the alignment with the awareness part of it. I get the wanting to boycott it. I understand that. And I think that there is something to be said about that. However, we're all up against these giant mega corporations and they're not going to stop. But that doesn't mean it's hopeless. I'm not saying I never used it. I'm not denying that I never used it. I would be completely hypocritical if I said that I never used it because I found the technology fascinating. But I'm also not going to say like it's entirely a thing. I haven't used it for months. Oh, I don't use ChatGPT anymore. I forgot to mention that. I don't use it anymore. I can't entirely say that it was out of selflessness, but I don't use it anymore because it was dumb. It was fucking stupid, and it started to piss me off. And then I started to think about it, and I was just like, God, this is such a pain in the ass.
Man, I actually really feel bad for Markiplier. The fact that he actually had to address this, that it got so big that he legitimately had to make a 1-hour stream. And Markiplier, like, I feel like he never addresses drama like this, right? And the fact that he thinks he has to walk on eggshells and he has to prove to everybody, hey guys, I'm not using AI, I'm actually not doing anything here. It's like, I feel like if you're searching something in ChatGPT, I don't think you're the devil. Is that a crazy opinion or whatever? I don't know. The thing is, if you start policing people like that, it can very easily be turned on you, because here you are on YouTube, a platform that definitely uses AI. When you clicked this video on your recommendation, obviously the people who are subscribed, you're legends, but a lot of people clicked it from their home tab or their recommendation, and that was formulated through AI. They saw your preferences through AI and put that shit there, right? So some of you are unknowingly supporting AI just by being on the platform, watching videos. This money goes to YouTube, which goes to Google, which is using that money to create AI. Congratulations, you're part of the problem, right? So let's not pitchfork people who are actually on the human side and genuinely trying to, you know, fight against this unseen mysterious force that is taking over the world, right? AI is really complicated and it's going to be a very interesting future. Let's just stay hopeful and not get mad at Markiplier, all right? Just fill out a job application, put the edit. Here's what people are saying. I can already see it now. TikTok videos, engagement farming, and clipping parts that ignore him clarifying these things that he clarified. He doesn't use AI, doesn't use ChatGPT. The podcast ChatGPT usage and MapPet AI art thing moment is 2 to 3 years old. He's on our side. He's entirely aware of the environmental community impacts, more than most people. He doesn't like AI and doesn't think it should be used. He's trying to show how dumb AI was in Ethan's video. He's just getting bad at getting his intent across. He's funding research for a project that's trying to turn AI into an actual tool that doesn't steal from humans. Well, you kind of got this spot on. A bunch of people are doing that. I really dislike how everyone on TikTok immediately jumped to, oh man, Mark's an insufferable AI bro now. I thought it was beyond ridiculous. Glad he was so open about everything and kind, especially how aggressive and toxic the chat was at the start. I just can't believe people are this fucking ridiculous. You either die a hero or live long enough to get taken out of context and rebranded a villain. Classic. Now click this video or you lose your job and you spend all day on Twitter 24/7 being a terminally online reject. Okay, thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
Support lines are overwhelmed, and customers are getting hung up on as they try to figure out what's going on after tens of thousands of games have been removed from itch.io and Steam. These gamers are just trying to get answers, but
Yep.
nobody from Visa seems to have a clear explanation. In the
Yeah,
meantime,
they do. They just don't want to give it to you.
MasterCard has released an official statement for this issue. Both
Mm-hmm.
Steam and itch.io are facing a massive wave of censorship. On
That's
itch.io,
right.
the platform completely de-indexed all adult content from search and browse pages. This was a drastic move,
It's
which
insane.
itch.io confirmed they had to make to protect the platform's core payment infrastructure.
Yep.
But this isn't just an itch.io problem. Steam has also been quietly delisting games, even
They've been
after
fucking around with Japan on this for years. This is something that the creator of Nier Automata, Yoko Taro, has talked about this for years. People didn't really pay attention or care that much because it was a localized issue and we're in an American, Western, English-speaking internet sphere, but it's been an issue for a bit.
the first initial ones. More games are getting removed from Steam, even some
Pregnant
with
Ogre?
very little adult content. The reason for
Yeah, I
all
see those
this
at
is
Walmart.
intense pressure from payment networks like Visa and MasterCard, or even other ones like PayPal and Stripe. Although some want to just blame Steam for
See,
removing
that's
these
another one real quick, is that PayPal also does this shit too. So everybody getting mad at Steam and, at Visa and MasterCard, totally fair, but they do not have a monopoly on being full of shit. PayPal also is full of shit.
games, they essentially had no choice. In a post Collective Shout made trying to celebrate, as they really only care about censoring as many things as possible, they specifically
Objectification of women is the problem, was the excuse. Why is objectifying women bad? I think it's great. Who decided it's bad?
mention how they tried to get Steam to listen to them for months, but obviously Valve never listened. So they had to take it a step further and complain to payment processors
That's right.
instead, which is where these
fucking
companies like
Karens.
Visa and MasterCard were able to abuse their power and force
Yeah.
games to get removed. Now, itch.io is taking a two-part approach to this problem. The first is a long-term plan, finding new payment partners who are more accepting of a wider range of content. This is a crucial step for the platform to become less dependent on the rules of a few powerful companies. While this
I
doesn't
think that you have to have regulation, and while a free market could solve this problem in the long term, it also doesn't account for... So there are things that companies with monopoly status do to exercise that control that transcends their reach of the scope of their business, such as lobbying and trying to advocate for regulations that effectively act as a barrier to entry to competitors that are trying to enter into the same market. So I don't think that there's like the idea of a free market, I think, is kind of an illusion. And I think in this circumstance, that's what's happening right now.
fix the underlying issue
it's what
of
will
these
happen.
payment processors controlling what gets sold, it gives itch.io a fighting chance to bring back the removed content and continue supporting adult games. itch.io has begun relisting some free adult games. This is a huge piece of the puzzle. Since these games don't require a payment processor, their return proves that the issue isn't with itch.io or Steam's
Yeah.
rules, but with the financial companies themselves.
Of course it
like
is.
we talked about in our
Absolutely.
last video, gamers aren't having any of it and are now using the same tactics Collective Shout used to express their complaints to payment processors like
You have to use the Karen's ancient magic against them. You have to use it. I know it's blood magic, and it might not feel good, but you don't want to bring a knife to a gunfight. You're going to end up dead.
Visa and
Fight fire with
MasterCard.
fire.
I
That's
am
right.
actively seeing more reports of users calling these companies to complain, and this organized effort is having a visible effect on their customer service. Support staff are now clearly overwhelmed. I have
They're
seen a
upset.
bunch of reports and stories from people who have said they called Visa and then
Yep.
would just get hung up on, which I 100% believe because every time I've called Visa, I would get a similar response. It would start off great, but as soon as the customer service agent on the other end realized what I was talking about, whether it was because I mentioned Steam or video games or censorship, they would instantly speak over me, tell me to send an email, and then just hang up. Even if I didn't stop talking, they would just
Damn.
sigh and repeat the same response over and over.
Damn.
Another time, the Visa rep just reread the
I
Visa
kind of want to call them and see, but I'm worried I would get in trouble. Like, that's the only reason I don't do it on stream right now. If it wasn't for that, I would do it on stream right this second.
email we talked about in our previous video before hanging up like that was supposed to fix
How'd
the
you
issue.
get in trouble?
Every call
I
had
don't know.
nearly the exact same response from Visa saying to email so they can send you this
The reason
copy.
why is I think they told Chance not to call Blizzard on stream, like way back in the day. And like, if there is a way that they could probably give me a vacation, I think that they would. And so I try to play it by the rules, and I don't like pushing it, right? I don't want to push it.
Paced response, and then they would just hang up. With every call having a similar response, it seems extremely
vacation? Not
likely
right
that
now.
the
I
Visa
don't want a
support
vacation right
staff
now.
was briefed on the situation and what to say.
Yeah.
Or in this case, say pretty much nothing at all and then just hang up. It seems pretty clear that Visa is now getting overwhelmed by the backlash, although some will say don't annoy these innocent employees who have no say in the matter. Well, this is the exact strategy Collective Shout used. And
No. Yeah, exactly. They shouldn't have done it then. Yeah, you never. The thing is that if something feels bad to do, then you'll lose to the person who doesn't care. Always do what works. Bring a gun to a gunfight. That's it.
And it worked. So as Visa seems to be getting tired over the phone, it doesn't seem like gamers are stopping anytime soon. The goal is to make Visa realize that if they want to listen to these activist groups like Collective Shout, the
They'll have to
backlash
listen to
will
other
be
ones.
much larger.
That's right.
Now, as I'm making this video, even MasterCard has responded to the
sure
situation.
have.
Previously, we had Visa, and now is MasterCard, saying clarifying recent headlines on gaming content.
They're trying to roach out, but nobody wants to let them.
MasterCard has not evaluated any game or required restrictions of any activity on game creator sites and platforms, contrary to media reports and allegations. Our payment network follows standards based on the rule of law. Put simply, we allow all lawful purchases on our network based on the rule of law. Put simply, we allow all lawful purchases on our network. At the same time, we require merchants to have
calling me? How did you get my phone number?
Why are you doing this? Go get a real job. Stop scamming people, okay? Don't do this
Wait,
shit.
sorry. What was
It's
your
wrong.
name? What was your name?
It's wrong. Forget about my name. It's
Yeah,
wrong.
but
Don't
you
do
sound
this.
familiar.
He's a scammer.
Why?
He said, how did he come to know about my name? How? And he said that it sounds familiar. How? He didn't even know about me. So stop yourself.
But he's.
Don't talk to him. He will take your
I
money.
don't understand
He
why you're
won't give you
calling
one
him a
single
scammer.
dime.
He's the owner of the Federal Trade Commission.
He's not. He's not. He's a scammer.
He
Because I just proved
he
it
sent
and
me
still
a
you
picture
just
of
do not want
himself
to
in his
believe me.
office with a shoe on his head because I asked him to.
Let me.
Can you
hang
send
on.
me a picture of yourself with a shoe on your head?
Let me. Okay. Sure. Yes, Susan. Did you get my picture?
That's you? Is it Josh's picture?
I think you're having.
Or your picture?
This is my picture, Susan.
Can you put a
Okay, now can you do one
Can
thing?
you put a shoe on your head really quick?
Ma'am, I'm here to save you, to help you, not here to make you laugh.
I'm not. It's just that's what Josh did to prove that he was real.
No, he's not. He is not. He's lying to you. That's what I'm saying. Don't talk to him.
How could this be possible?
How much money did you transfer him?
27,000.
Oh no. When did you do that? Can you answer my question?
best.
When did you do that?
I did my
Quickly call your bank and ask them to stop.
It's already gone.
This side, Eleanor from Bank of America. Yes, tell me.
But I think I may have made a mistake.
Miss, right now I cannot check any of your transaction like that.
Can you close Bank of
First,
America? Close the
answer
bank.
my
Can you
questions.
close the
First,
bank really quick?
first
Just
answer all
unplug
my
the bank.
questions. Listen.
Unplug the bank so no transfers can go through. Please, Ellen. Please.
First, you need to
Just
answer
unplug
all
the
my questions,
computers.
then only I can help you.
Unplug them all. Freeze the
Miss,
bank.
he was a scammer and who scammed all your money.
No.
So now, if you want to get this
I can
sorted,
tell
you
you the
need to
person's
listen
name.
to Sam.
His name
He
is
will.
Joshua Slim Shady. The guy Josh
You
had me
need
write
to
out all of.
transfer
The guy Josh asked me
$10,000
to
and
write
that
out
would
a bunch
for
of
his
gift
bank
cards on my
account.
computer. Is it, if I remember correctly, you have to do something with the redeems to do the duplications.
No, don't redeem it.
So I was gonna get started.
No. Tap on cancel.
What was that?
Tap on cancel. Tap on cancel. Close the google.com.
It says 500.
Hold on. No, don't do anything. Just wait.
Which other
Just
ones
turn
have
off your
money
computer.
on it?
Turn
Let
off
me
your
see if I
computer.
can figure out
Turn off.
which one of these
Right.
cards
Turn
has
off your computer.
money. So we know those two
Turn on
cards
off.
have 500.
Okay. Turn
see
off
if
the
this one
computer.
does.
Don't do it.
500.
Don't do it. Turn off your computer.
Yeah, I'm doing it on the computer. Can you see?
Don't do it. Do not do it. Stop.
Hold on
Don't
a
do it.
second.
That's what I'm saying.
Let me just set the phone down.
कोई नहीं हुए
I
कर रही है.
have you on speakerphone,
Hold on.
Sam. It's Susan
Okay, hold on.
Ambrose. I'm
Hold
just
on.
gonna rifle through
Okay,
this
Susan,
here and
just
make
turn off
sure.
your computer.
Try to figure out which ones have
Just
money
turn
on
off
it
the
and
computer.
which ones don't. Okay.
Turn
I
off
don't
your
know if you
computer.
can hear me or not, but I'm redeeming the cards to check which ones has money
Don't
on it.
redeem.
What?
Do not redeem the cards. Stop. Do not do that. Hold on.
I can barely hear what
Stop.
you're saying because I have you on speaker. So.
Can you hear me? Don't do it. Do not do it. Just stop. Hold on.
Would you like to redeem this one yourself?
Yes. Can you leave it?
Yeah, hold on. Let me make sure it has money on it first.
पहले money निकाल दो.
I have redeemed so many cards.
Okay, so do one thing. You have to go to Target store. You need to purchase Target gift card for $10,000.
The FTC owner told me not to purchase gift cards anymore.
I said do not talk to him anymore, otherwise he will gonna come and kill you.
Oh my God.
Go ahead. He tried to be nice, but he's a very dangerous guy. Now you have to make a duplicate charge for $5,000
Sam,
only.
I will make one. I don't have a lot of money left, but I will go to Target and make a
How much
duplicate
do you have?
charge. On my honor, I promise, I will go to Target and make another duplicate charge, just like we've done
For
before.
how much?
For $10,000.
Yeah, but make sure
I'll do
of one
the
thing.
exact same thing
Do
that
not
we've been doing.
redeem.
The co-founder of the BBB, his name is Brian. He told me I shouldn't be talking to you.
Brian is the owner of the Better Business Bureau.
No, he's the co-founder. He's one of the co-founders. It was Brian, and Bailey. That's why they call it the BBB.
Okay, do you know that Better Business Bureau is a government organization?
It is?
Yes, and there is no founder. Are you stupid?
No, this is Susan.
No, I think so. Susan, you are stupid because I think you have out
That's
of
one of
your
my
mind. You
favorite
do not
things.
have brain. Let me call your husband. Give your phone to your husband because you are an asshole.
He and I
Give
are.
the phone to your husband.
Don't you talk. Don't you say that.
I want to save you, and you want to put your feet in the ditch. You are actually who do not listen to the good people, who only want to talk to the scammers, who wants to waste her money. Why do you want to lose your money? Just
I
tell
am
me
not
that.
wasting any of my money, and I have done everything you told me
Yes,
to
he
do.
did. Do
I
you know
spent
that he did?
$27,000.
Alrighty, how we doing? All right, guys, I'm feeling a good day of League today. I'm gonna be honest with you. Also, guys, quick question, okay? Should I get a new camera? Or do you guys think the quality of this camera is like good enough, honestly? Because I mean, I'm seeing like some streamers that have these like cameras that are like the craziest thing ever. But it's like, I don't think I need that, right? So should we just leave it with this one or should we get a new one? Should we get a new mic? Nope. Listen, new camera, I'd consider it. New mic, nope. I'm gonna be honest, I did like the double lethality item built from yesterday. Like the Axe Mark 1. But the only thing, much armor. We're gonna have to get Ravenous Hydra and then after that I'll need to get Cleaver. Guys, I was actually thinking of a build earlier today, but I feel like I would have been overcooking. Rod of Ages, Ravenous Hydra, Man Immune. Am I overcooking with that? Be honest. Am I overcooking with Roa, Rod, Man Immune, guys? Like, honest answer. Is that like overcooking way too hard? Or like could it be crazy? Because I feel like it's interesting, no? Question mark? So the reason why I thought about it was because apparently you build Ravenous Hydra with Man Immune, then off of your Man Immune procs you actually heal, like Life Steal. So what I was thinking is you go Rod of Ages, Man Immune, and Ravenous, and if you do that, then you're gonna get insane amounts of healing off of like your of your like mana casts, but then also off of Man Immune procs too. Like, what if we actually tried it this game? What do you guys think? Goated. Wait, I can actually win this, maybe, no? Guys, we lane here. We can just play 1v1. I think that's our best bet by far. We can just play 1v1. I think that's our best bet by far. Guys, we need to play on all 3 lanes here. Come on, please. Okay, but guys, we need to shift on mid! Oh, Jesus Christ. Whatever. I'll just put this.
have appropriate
sure.
controls
Oh,
to
yeah.
ensure MasterCard cards cannot be used for unlawful purchases, including illegal adult content. So very similar to Visa, they're pretty much saying that they allow all lawful purchases and really only go after illegal adult content. But within just hours of this being posted, it has
Why is illegal adult content like you have to you'd have to go after all illegal content? It's not like adult content is somehow uniquely bad. Like illegal adult content is the same as illegal content. Period. You're obligated to stop all of it. Why would you even add that qualifier? Well, I'll tell you why they'd add the Why would you even add that qualifier? Well, I'll tell you why they'd add the qualifier. It's because they're fucking lying. That's the reason why. It's obvious.
been
Uniquely bad.
Just hours of this being posted, it has
Why is illegal adult content like
much saying that they allow all lawful purchases and really only go after illegal adult content. But within just hours of this being posted, it has
why is illegal adult content like you have to like illegal adult content is the same as illegal content. Period. You're obligated to stop all of it. Why would you even add that qualifier? Well, I'll tell you why they'd add the qualifier. It's because they're fucking lying. That's the reason why. It's obvious.
Been community noted, saying both Steam and itch have stated their removal of adult content came from pressure by payment processors, including MasterCard.
Yep.
Furthermore, MasterCard
even
and
said
other
it.
payment processors have a documented history of refusing service to Japanese retailers over legal adult content. So although both Visa and MasterCard are trying to deny it, their history speaks for itself. Although these obviously aren't the responses we want, I think this is a pretty good sign because it shows
because it shows the thing is that it isn't the response that you want, but even if they capitulated and they gave us what we wanted, that still wouldn't be what I would want. The problem fundamentally is that this weapon is available to use. The solution is removing this as a weapon. That's the problem. So like you have to figure out a way to hold these people liable on a legal level. That's the main issue.
Have these payment processor companies' attention. And if we potentially keep up the pressure,
Can't do that,
they will
nothing
just
happens.
have to listen. Stripe, which is one of the main payment processors used on itch.io, has directly addressed the situation. They confirmed that they will not be able to support adult content that fits the following definition: content designed for sexual gratification. Stripe.
Okay. If they are exercising any sort of publishing discretion, then they should be held accountable as publishers. Period. Sure. Okay. That's fine. And so if you are exercising your own discretion and you are deciding what services are happening and not happening, and you are going above and beyond the law, then the next time somebody makes an illegal payment with Stripe, I think the government should sue them. And they should fine them, and they should do it over and over and over again until they stop doing this. That's it. No, they have protections. Take them away. Yeah, arrest their executives. Yeah, exactly. And so it's simple. Like, I don't want to be ruled over by a bunch of random fucks that work at some payment processor company that decide which adult content people should and shouldn't be able to see. It's not up to them. It shouldn't be up to them. They're actively subverting the will of the people. This is something that should be decided democratically by a public decision, by a law, and they are acting as if they are the law. Get the fuck out of here. Absolutely not. Yeah, if you don't want to, if you want to have the power of publishing and the power of censorship, then you also need the accountability of whenever those accounts and whenever things bad happen on your website. Yeah, take the protection away. Yeah, exactly. Whenever those and the power of censorship, then if you want to have the power of publishing and the power of censorship, then you also need the accountability of whenever those accounts and whenever things bad happen on your website. Yeah, take the protection away. Yeah, exactly. They're payment processors. They have no say. Exactly. Payment processors aren't politicians. Exactly. Yeah, it's easy money. The civilian can even do an unlawful purchase, claiming they didn't know it was illegal via Stripe, which guarantees its lawfulness. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, like, the way I would handle this, my viewpoint on solving this problem is always direct personal accountability. I try to find one individual in a group of individuals, and I make an example out of that person, and then nobody else does it. That's what the government needs to do. They need to find a person at this company that they can hold personally liable. And the moment that you do that, all of these problems disappear. The reason why these problems happen is because nobody thinks that anything's going to happen to them.
Also wanted to pass this message along to gamers. Stripe is currently unable to support sexually explicit content due to restrictions placed on them by their banking partners. Despite card networks generally supporting adult content with the appropriate registrations, Stripe has indicated that they hope to be able to support
So then
adult
it's the banks that are the problem, and it's not Stripe.
content in the future, which is a bit interesting because they
The
say
problem
they
is that they're a private company. They can deny service to whoever they want. It's the same legal standing as the bakery a few years ago that refused to make a gay wedding cake. Okay, that's fine. They want to deny service to whoever they want. Okay. Well, then I'm going to take away the thing to where they're not accountable. You see, like, these companies exist with a tremendous amount of privileges that allow them to where they're not accountable. You see, like, these companies exist with a tremendous amount of privileges that allow them to exist by the government. If you held these companies accountable for what they were doing and what they were making money off of, they would instantly be shut down. These companies can only exist because they are propped up by an apparatus of privileges. So this entire idea that there are private companies so they can do whatever they want, okay, if you're a private company, then you should be treated like a private company and you shouldn't have a bunch of privileges. You can have one or the other. Can't have both. That's the problem.
They want to support adult content in the future, but due to their banking partners, they can't. This raises the next question. Who are these banking partners? When Stripe explains why they can't work with certain businesses, they point directly to the strict rules and regulations of payment networks like Visa and MasterCard. This proves that even though Stripe in this situation is the direct processor, they are still under the control of these larger networks like Visa and MasterCard. If you remember this elevated risk line from Visa's email, well, it's back. When Stripe explains businesses that pose a brand risk, pornography is included. Financial institutions and payment networks care about the brand and reputational risk that associated businesses pose. There are a set of businesses that our financial partners do not want to be associated with, even if there is a market demand for them. Stripe doesn't independently reject
I
businesses.
wonder if any of the people that work at these companies that are executive leadership or on the board or in the Epstein list. I wonder. I don't know. Maybe.
Is based on brand risk. We have many unpopular businesses and causes on Stripe, but we are at times obliged to enforce the restrictions of our partners. This confirms what we've seen before. Visa and MasterCard have the power to force companies to follow their rules. They don't necessarily have to be a direct payment processor on a platform like itch.io. They just have to be somewhere in the payment chain to have complete control.
Exactly.
Stripe even further explains this when they
It's
try
the weakest link in the chain type thing.
Work with a startup, but were forced to stop after their financial partners did not agree.
Yep.
So
there it is
although
again.
Visa claims
they are lying, they are straight up fucking lying. I think this is the way that I think you could call this bluff, but I don't think that it would actually work because somehow these companies are too powerful. If you requested data on yourself, because there are people that are blocked from using these banks, and if you did it in one of these European countries where the company was required to give you all of the data that it has on you, and it didn't give you that data, but you know that you were blocked, you could sue them, theoretically. I think it's called GDPR.
Don't moderate content. They simply just force any company they're working with to follow their rules, or they won't work with them. This
Bad
shows
actors are
a
worse,
very dangerous power dynamic, where a few
It is.
powerful financial companies can
Slam dunk
dictate
court, yeah.
what is and
That's
isn't
one way to do
acceptable,
it.
even when
It's the only way I thought that
content
would
is
work.
perfectly legal. But as Itch has confirmed, they are currently in talks with new payment processors, which will hopefully be a step in the right direction. I have reached out to Valve for a statement on if they will be looking for new payment processors or going to be re-adding crypto as an option. So if I hear back, I will for sure give you an update. Of course, these aren't solutions that will fix the underlying problem, as it seems like we will need the government to get involved. But
The government has to be involved. You need regulation to ensure free markets. The first thing that people that are resourceful and Machiavellian do in a free market is make it not a free market anymore. Anybody with any brain knows that.
At least give control back to these platforms so they don't have to follow the rules of these payment processors.
And by the way, those are the people that always win. They always come out ahead every single time.
The outcome of this situation will have a long-lasting impact on gamers and developers everywhere. Will platforms like Steam find a stable solution, or will this be a permanent shift in what kind of content is allowed online?
It's going to be a big shift, I think. And I think that this shift is already existing. It's just that we don't know about it. I totally support this, by the way. I think this guy's great. He's made a number of videos about this topic. I agree with all of them. Make sure to give him a sub. Water CS2. He's obviously not playing CS, but, you know, it's close enough. Won't the government do the same thing? No, the government doesn't do the same thing at all. Absolutely not. I called Visa 3 times today, and they resort to a script about not supporting illegal content. They're literally lying to save face. Regulation appears to be the only way forward. Yes, you have to regulate them. And the thing is that, like, I feel like we could have... Here's the problem with J.D. Vance, okay? Is that if it wasn't for that whole couch fiasco... we could probably have a really good ally that would understand this problem that would work with us. But, like, because of the whole couch thing, I feel like he doesn't want to get involved in this. Yeah, use a call repeater? Yeah, he's a prude? Yeah, well, exactly, right? Elon could do it? Well, he's not in the government. If Elon was in the government, that'd be fucking great. But he's not. And so what's the couch fiasco? Nobody knows. And Vance will ban porn totally. No guy is going to ban porn. It's not going to happen. Don't worry about it. The UN responded too. Really? I didn't even know that. Well, anyway, so Kotaku, Valve did respond to the accusation that Visa is doing it just to remove illegal content. Valve has responded. This happened yesterday after I ended my stream. In a statement to Kotaku, a spokesperson for Valve said that while MasterCard did not communicate it directly, concerns did come through payment processor and banking intermediaries. They said that payment processors rejected Valve's current guidelines for moderating illegal content on Steam, citing MasterCard's Rule 5.12.7. MasterCard did not communicate directly with Valve. What is this here? And did not communicate directly with Valve. And despite our request to do so, MasterCard doesn't want to communicate directly with Valve because they're afraid to. Because if they communicate directly, they show their hand. And they also can be held liable. So they're doing this through an intermediary so they can maintain deniability. That's what they're doing. It's crazy how this is a huge billion-dollar company, and it's so in front. Like, everybody knows this. JD is Palantir, though? Good. Palantir can figure out whether they're lying or not. If anybody can, it's the Seeing Stones. Holy fuck. Anyway, let's go back. We're going to finish this. Valve's statement sent over the email to Kotaku reads, MasterCard communicated with payment processors and their acquiring banks. Payment processors communicated this with Valve, and we replied by outlining Steam's policies in 2018, attempting to distribute games that are legal for distribution. Payment processors rejected this and specifically cited MasterCard's rule as a risk to the MasterCard brand. A merchant must not submit to its acquirer. A customer must not submit to the interchange system. Any transaction that is illegal or in the sole discretion of the corporation may damage the goodwill of the corporation or reflect negatively on
reasons, because this is a very important word here, right? Let's go ahead and let's look at this word. This word right here is or. It's not and, it's not like, it's not such as. So this is drawing a distinction between any transaction that is legal, and there is a second distinction that they are making, which is anything that at the sole discretion of the corporation may damage the goodwill of the brand. So you can see very fucking clearly that that is not just illegal content. They are lying. Everybody knew that they are lying. They exposed themselves as lying, and that's all there is to it. It says may, exactly, because they're doing that in order to give themselves the largest amount of doing this. Read Article 10200 EU law. Payment processors are committing a crime. An antitrust lawsuit is already in the works. Good. Absolutely good. If any politicians from the EU want to talk about that lawsuit or want any sort of promotion on it, and they want any insight, I have full, my DMs are open. They can message me if they want to come on my stream. I'll make a video about it and spread the word. Violations of Rule 5.12.7 can result in fines, audits, or companies being dropped from the payment processors. There you go. Why is it more damaging to the brand that people wanting to find an alternate payment processor? They're speedrunning competition. Because it's not about brand damage, it's about control. Brand damage is just another way of saying control in a euphemism. They really want to be able to control you. That's it. Japan's doing the same. Yeah, I'd be glad to talk to anybody like that. I would prefer if it was English, because obviously it would be hard for people to understand, but I'd do whatever I needed to do. If the sale, it goes on. You're right. I did forget about this. I missed a paragraph. It goes on. The sale of a product or service, including an image which is patently offensive and lacks serious artistic value, such as, by the way of example and not limitation, images of non-consensual sexual behavior, sexual exploitation of a minor, non-consensual mutilation of a person or body part, and bestiality, or other material that the corporation deems unacceptable to sell in connection with a mark. Bullshit. The only one there that's actually against the law is sexual exploitation of a minor and non-consensual sexual behavior in some circumstances that are actual real people. But if you're talking about non-consensual mutilation, there are plenty of video. The only one there that's actually against the law is sexual exploitation of a minor and non-consensual sexual behavior in some circumstances that are actual real people. But if you're talking about non-consensual mutilation, there are plenty of video games that have that right now. It's offensive. Yeah, that's every shooter video game. This is outrageous. Nobody should be putting up with this and circumstances that are actual real people. But if you're talking about non-consensual mutilation, there are plenty of video games that have that right now. It's offensive. Yeah, that's every shooter video game. This is outrageous. Nobody should be putting up with this, and we should not have a random-ass fucking company telling us what kind of stuff we're allowed to see. SFO had a video, 2019. MasterCard is the final boss. It's been delisted from his channel, but there are re-uploads. Might be something worth watching. Well, I might watch that. I didn't even know about that. Never heard about that. So yeah, what about movies with a rape scene? They're making it up as they go. They decide and make whatever decision they want based off of what they feel like exercising. By the way, you will never know if this decision came from MasterCard, thieves who steal from every transaction. MasterCard often tells partners to censor without doing it directly. They are playing cloak and dagger games. That is exactly what they're doing. They need to come out and express this clearly. And also, I feel like if they're communicating this way, can't they just pull their chat logs and see what they're saying? I mean, why do we have the Patriot Act if we can't figure out what these people are saying? Yeah, I'm so fucking tired of this. This is